Check, check, check. Could the translators do a quick 5 to 10 count, first on English, then on French? Thank you.
French, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Going back to English. French, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That's great. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to start in about 1 minute. I want to get out of here at some point. Go. No worries. Okay, everybody good? Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. We're going to get started. So welcome everyone to the Community Services Committee for Wednesday, June 26, 2024. Before we commence, I do want to acknowledge that Ottawa is located on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, dont les côtés à la présence enrichie et continue d'enrichir ces terres. We have Council Conseillère Plante is just running a little bit late. She will be here. And I know that we have regrets from Councillor Troster just for the beginning of the meeting. And Councillor Carr is here, but then she will have to step away. It's a busy season, although everybody's children are graduating, and then there's all sorts of end of year school programs. So we'll try to get through this and keep quorum. I'll ask the committee coordinator to do the roll call.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Present.
Councillor Desroches.
Here.
Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Present.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Councillor Plante. Councillor Troster. Vice Chair Bradley.
Here.
Chair Dudas.
Je présent.
You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have no declarations of interest. Can I have confirmation of the minutes from Tuesday, April 23rd, 2024? Are those minutes confirmed? Okay. We have a response to inquiries. It's the social service providers with religious affiliations. Did anyone wish to lift that item onto the agenda, or can we receive that item?
Yeah, let's hold that. I might speak to a couple points on that event.
We need 2/3 vote. So in order to lift it to the agenda, we do need the agreement of the committee. Do I have agreement of the committee to lift it onto the agenda? Now, actually, Councillor Hill, is it just a quick question to staff? Because we can get through that right now. Or would you like to hold it?
Yeah, I'd like to
Yeah.
hold it. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so we'll hold that item. Item 5.1 is the Integrated Transition to Housing Strategy Update. And we do have a presentation on this from Paul Levine and Cale Brown. And we do have delegations as well. So if I can ask staff to come to the desk, and we'll commence with the presentation. And forgive me, Clara, not Paul, is here to present.
Good morning, committee, and thank you, Chair. Beside me is Cale Brown, Manager of Homelessness Programs, excuse me, within our Community and Social Services Department. The team is here today to deliver an update on the accomplishments and the current work underway as part of the Integrated Transition to Housing Strategy. The strategy was approved by Council last July. And while we will be talking about accomplishments achieved in the past year, the pre-work for many of these started as much as 3 years ago. What the integrated strategy did was focus our efforts on the pressure in the singles shelter system and on the specific work that needs to be done to end chronic homelessness. La stratégie intégrée de transition au logement a été approuvée par le Conseil le juillet passé en 2023. Son développement a été déclenché par une augmentation de la demande dans le système de refuge pour adultes seuls. Les centres de distanciation physique et de débordement d'urgence ont été ouverts dans les centres de loisirs au début de la pandémie afin de réduire les capacités des refuges communautaires et ainsi permettre la distanciation physique. Depuis, ils servent de capacité de débordement critique. L'équipe a travaillé fort pour y arriver. En passant par l'identification des installations potentielles, au travail pour obtenir toutes les approbations nécessaires au suivi des données sur la demande, à l'aménagement des installations et au soutien des clients pour effectuer des transitions en douceur. There are many accomplishments that Kale is going to go into detail a little bit more about in a minute, but I wanted to just highlight a few that stood out for me in some of the briefing documents provided by the team. In a year of incredible demand on our shelter system, in the physical distancing centers, overflow shelters alone, 360 people have been housed. This is an incredible number and represents a significant effort on the part of city staff to focus on supporting people to move quickly out of a shelter system. 177 new supportive housing units have opened or are about to open or on stream. Again, an incredible number. 423 new beds have been added into the system, transitional housing and supportive housing system, and specifically 200 new beds for newcomers, working with Matthew House and other partners such as Stepstone House. The team has been not only responding to urgent critical needs, but also looking to the future and planning with community partners to ensure that long-term we can affect some change in the system. Our department has not accomplished these things alone, of course. We have counted on incredible partnership from city departments across the city of Ottawa, and in particular, Recreation, Culture, and Facilities Services. And we all know the Dan's team has worked with us in lockstep to respond to an urgent and critical demand for shelter. Strategic Initiatives, the new department, specifically the Realty Initiatives team, who have, with our team, reviewed close to 1,000 properties across the city over the last several years to see what we could do to bring more capacity into our system. Infrastructure services, planning, development, and building services, and fire services have all been integral partners. And as we always do in community and social services, because community, after all, is in our name, we have community service partners that we count on each and every day. And in particular for this integrated strategy, the Alliance to End Homelessness, the Interim Housing and Homelessness Leadership Table, who co-created this strategy with us last year, service partners who continue to support clients in need in these challenging times, day in and day out, and who work with us on side of desk sometimes, because that's all they can do to implement other innovative strategies. And of course, I want to acknowledge federal and provincial partners, other levels of government with their much needed funding support and policy changes from time to time that have made a significant difference. So all of this couldn't be done without all this collaboration. And I would like to thank our team, first of all, our staff, and all of our community partners, both inside the city and outside. So thank you, Miigwech, and I would like to now pass it on to Kale for the presentation.
Thank you, Clara. Next slide, please. So the strategy has two overarching objectives, which align with the broader strategies in the 10-year housing and homelessness plan. The first of which being is that everyone who wants to access a shelter bed has the ability to do so. And the second is that chronic homelessness is eliminated. As part of setting out that vision, we have included a view to build new supportive housing hub over the long term. To do this, the integrated transitions to housing strategy outlines a number of short, medium, and long-term initiatives ranging from 5 years to the immediate, and progress has been made on all of these initiatives to date. These aim to support singles in the adult shelter system, addressing the immediate shelter pressures in the adult shelter system, exiting the operation of physical distancing centers and that are used for emergency overflow, and clear council direction that these need to be returned to their intended use as soon as possible. Next slide. So I'd like to speak a little bit about the accomplishments of some of these initiatives that have been detailed in the report. The city is also happy to announce that we have recently been collaborating with the YMCA to maximize the use of transitional housing space in the broader system. Over the summer, families that are now being supported in transitional housing at the YMCA will move to the new Corkstown Transitional Housing Program, which will allow for families to be served at one primary location, providing targeted wraparound supports on site, as well as maximizing the capacity at Corkstown. The transition will then allow the YMCA team to accommodate singles experiencing homelessness to better meet the need of singles and support a transition out of those emergency operation overflow centers. The second update is that on July 2nd, Finance and Corporate Services Committee will consider a report to proceed with the acquisition of a property at 1754 St. Joseph Boulevard. And if approved, this sale closes successfully. The existing building could be used to support up to 150 single clients, primarily newcomers. These two updates are a testament to all the work underway and the speed at which these new initiatives are onboarded. Now, to speak specifically to the slide, there's been continued focus on housing. As Claire had mentioned, we've housed over 360 people from those overflow operation centers operating in community centers, which included 161 clients that were supported through an enhanced housing allowance program that was co-designed by the community to provide a subsidy that would help us access more private market rentals. I also want to recognize that physical distancing center emergency operations are not the only group in the community that are helping us flow people out of the shelter system. Our community partners have done an immense amount of work housing people directly from unsheltered homelessness, as well as from the shelters. There have also been 177 supportive housing units opened or under construction over the last year. We ensured everyone who needed a shelter bed was able to access one by adding 365 spaces to these temporary overflow sites through the past winter. This increased capacity through the addition of bunk beds at existing sites and the opening of the Heron Physical Distancing Center and the Lanark Temporary Emergency Overnight Center. Working towards stabilizing the shelter system with 423 new transitional shelter beds are added or under development, which includes a very innovative transition of an office space at 230 Queen Street, which will provide transitional housing, the relocation and expansion of Cornerstone Emergency Shelter Services, which has actually tripled their capacity, providing more space to serve women. We also opened 17 new newcomer reception homes and transitional homes, which will support 164 more newcomers. The city is working with these agencies to leverage the city and broad shelter system opportunities to further support growth. The integrated transition to housing also identifies the supportive housing hub, which will be located at Kilbourne. In September 2023, council approved the purchase of 1245 Kilbourne Place, which is an 8.7 acre parcel of land with an existing 3-story residential and office building. A comprehensive multi-tiered project plan is being developed, which will include sector and community consultation to form the initial vision for this site. This site will be developed further with support from the Strategic Initiatives Department and will co-lead the initiative with Community and Social Services. Per council direction, motions passed from November 2023, the city is also actively advancing the option of potential newcomer reception centers through the installation of sprung structures and working with the federal government on resources to better support newcomers in Ottawa. Of course, this is a high-level summary of the accomplishments to date, with the committee report providing a more detailed breakdown. Next slide, please. Despite all the success in the integrated transition to housing strategy, the single adult shelter system experienced exponential growth over the last year. As you can see from the chart here, in the past year, demand represented by the yellow line, the system is currently serving 55% more newcomer clients than last year, and our temporary sites are providing 37% of total capacity to support single adults in the system. In addition to this demand, there are also 260 people living unsheltered, and we hit highs as high as 300 last year. Up to 30 people are seated in chairs every night and continue to be at the Ottawa Mission. We also have 45 to 60 clients who are served each night at Center 507, which is a day program now providing 24/7 operations. There was a significant jump in demand last year between October and January, coming from the months and telling we should expect demand to increase or stabilize. Next slide, please. So our team and partners are closely working to monitor demand, and we continue with the implementation of the initiatives that were mentioned here today. And we are in ongoing conversations with both the federal and provincial governments about resources to support newcomers in the broader shelter system. We have also started planning for next winter. Some of these plans include leveraging permanent capacity within the broader shelter system. As I mentioned, the YMCA is an innovative strategy to support that. Explore new models of service delivery, such as warming centers outside of city facilities, of course, in areas such as churches. We continue to support newcomer reception center sector conversations with the Immigration, Refugee, and Citizenship Canada. And in Q4, we will update the council on winter plans for 2024-25 and provide a strategy surrounding those medium-term objectives. This time is required to monitor demand over the summer, solidify plans and schedules for initiatives underway, and work with our community partners to inform the best initiatives to support the broader system and what we're seeing coming. To support the context around the integrated transition to housing strategy, Community and Social Services in Q3 2024 will provide an updated long-range financial plan, which will be brought forward to council and considered as part of the 2025 budget process. In 2025, we will also be working on a refresh to our 10-year housing and homelessness plan. That concludes the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So I know that Councillor Carr does have to leave shortly. We do have one delegation. So we're going to move to the delegation. Then I'll ask Councillor Carr to read in your motion. And that way we'll have an opportunity to ask staff. Oh.
I think it's a direction now, Chair. Can we have the delegation first and I'll do that after?
Sorry, I have the committee coordinator just asking me a question. Just 1 second, Councillor Carr. Okay, that's wonderful, Councillor Carr. So we're going to go to the delegation and then we'll go straight to you. Perfect, because I understand there's some work behind the scenes. So we have one delegation, Calla Barnett from Action Sandy Hill, and I believe Calla is online.
I am. Hi.
Hi, Calla. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I appreciate the opportunity to delegate today. I'm the interim chair of Action Sandy Hill and a member of the Sandy Hill Community Liaison Committee. I'm an advocate for 2 LGBTQIA+ rights. I'm a community-based advocate in Sandy Hill, and I'm also a policy analyst and a policy consultant, mostly with GBA+ expertise, but other expertise too. I recognize my white privilege and my cisgender privilege as a cisgender woman. I'm also a single queer disabled parent. I am here to talk about temporary shelters, specifically. The housing stuff is awesome. But within the main goals of everyone who needs and wants access to a shelter bed can access one, and the elimination of chronic homelessness. The goals are worthy. I 100% support them. And I appreciate the city is recognizing the need for additional shelter beds, especially with refugees arriving in Ottawa with nowhere to go. I'm among those who believe that they should not flee violence and persecution in their home countries, only to arrive in Canada and be told that a place like the shelter at Murray and King Edward is the best we can do. Unfortunately, we continue to say that those who are not refugees, that's what we say to them. We say that to people with addictions. We say that to the precariously housed. We say that to anyone and everyone arriving in Ottawa to access services that are unique to our city. And it seems that the best we can do is mega shelters and converted community centers, mostly in low-income neighborhoods. As a side note, We in the low income neighborhoods have come to believe that these neighborhoods are being targeted for over concentration of these services because people with low incomes are too busy fighting to survive themselves to complain in a way that high earning bureaucrats and service providers will take seriously before they go home to Nepean, Chelsea, Barrhaven, or Orleans to safely live away from the chaos their policies create. But I digress. What we have done is force the congregation of hundreds, if not thousands of people suffering from homelessness into a very small area of the city of Ottawa. Some live with substance use disorder, some are newcomers, some have been chronically homeless and living at the shelter for decades. Yet, when someone asks for help in Westboro, for example, they're given a taxi chit to the downtown core. When a person sleeping in their car in Canada goes to the hospital, they're encouraged to go downtown to the downtown core for services. Service providers like to talk about meeting people where they are, but that's not what's happening. There are no services for people in the city who are experiencing substance use disorders or need of system navigation supports or mental health supports or need housing supports unless they come to the downtown core. I find that disingenuous at best. Meanwhile, estimates have put the number of people refusing to use the mega shelters in Ottawa's downtown core between 260 and 300. People who refuse to go to shelters and others with lived experience in the shelter system have been clear that the mega shelters are dangerous. They sleep with their shoes on. Their few belongings are often stolen or destroyed, and violence is common. With the new mega shelter that is opening in Vanier, yet another low-income neighborhood, it's time to change how we approach the temporary shelter system. While they may be more cost-effective as they are in a siloed space, right? One shelter is more cost-effective than multiple. They're not cost-effective for the city as a whole in terms of accessing emergency services or accessing other types of services that everybody needs to maintain those mega shelters. And it's not cost-effective for the clients. So I propose a different approach to temporary shelters. Put simply, food insecurity impacts all of us across the city. All of us. There's food banks everywhere, right? We have 1 or 2 or 3 per neighborhood, per ward. Food insecurity and housing insecurity are in fact the same root causes. If there's food insecurity, housing insecurity will follow unless something is done. So then would it not stand to reason that if a food bank is needed in a particular location, a temporary shelter is also needed? Would it not be more effective to keep people in the neighborhoods where they've built community rather than sending them into what is called often an open air prison downtown? I ask you to consider opening small temporary shelters that contain 6 to 10 beds, as well as showers, laundry, and common room everywhere that there is a food bank in this city. And let's truly meet people where they are. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We do have one question from Councillor Plante.
Thank you so much, Calla. And I do want to give a shout out to our food banks in Sandy Hill, for Wiggins and St. Joseph's. I know they are doing the best they can in some very challenging circumstances. I was just wondering if you could talk about, because you did bring up the fact that like it's the low acuity shelters that we have in Ward 12. What impact has that had on the residents who are either housed or precariously housed?
I'm sorry, do you mean high acuity shelters?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, essentially, it just means that our children, for example, in Vanier, where the new mega shelter is going, and we have the, what do we call it? Overflow site, just another shelter in Vanier. So that means that the low-income kids in Vanier can't access city services in Vanier. But everybody uses bicycles because they're low income. We can't afford vehicles. And so they can't actually get to a different community center. What it means is that children in the area at daycares, at schools, and in their homes are targeted sometimes. Recently, someone was targeted by a known sex offender. Their children were targeted by known sex offenders. What it means is that we witness sex trafficking and human trafficking. It means that we witness overdoses. It means that we find dead bodies. It means that we are accosted walking down the street. It means that when we call 911, they ask us to check on people who then, if you administer naloxone, sometimes they fight you, sometimes they hit you. It means that if we don't administer naloxone, we may not get a 911 response. It means that we're not taken seriously when we call and ask for help. It means that we have to look at hate graffiti. It means that I can just go on and on and on. We experience so many significant problems in the downtown core, and it's as a result of there being a lack of services in the rest of the city.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for your delegation, Calla. We have no other delegations at this time, correct? Wonderful. So before we go to questions to staff, I am going to ask Councillor Carr to read in her direction.
Hey, thanks very much, Chair. And it's been, this is a direction to staff, but the reason it's being presented in speaking to the volumes of people that we're seeing and the needs of the community are very, very strong. And we are doing a lot of wraparound support services with relation to the integrated housing strategy. The direction is staff within the Community Social Services Department work with the Coalition of Community Health Centers to determine the cost benefit of providing support for an increased number of income tax clinics to support the increase in individuals requiring these services, and that staff will report back on this as part of the poverty reduction strategy to be presented to committee in Q3 2024.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. And is our staff comfortable with taking this direction?
Yes, we are, Chair.
Thank you, Clara. We also have a direction from Councillor Plante.
Oui, merci. Okay, I do have a question, and I'll read it, and then I have a question before we see if it will be accepted. Okay. The Housing and Homeless Service staff be directed to provide an update to committee and council in Q4 2024, outlining the approach anticipated timelines to phase out the use of physical distancing centers operating in city recreational facilities. Just a very quick question, and I apologize. I had an event this morning, so I didn't see all the back and forth on it, but if we do Q4 2024 for my community, that means Belnagrame will not be able to open in time for 2024. Is that correct?
I would have to defer that question, Chair, to Dan.
Chair, as far as we know, we are on schedule. I mean, there is a ramp up period for this. And as we had done with previous reopenings, we will make it flexible so that the allocations, if we're making allocations for ice time, that it will then be supplemental to our main allocation block for at least the first season till we know that we have a more permanent availability. We are doing the same thing. I've had discussions with Councillor Carr. We are doing the same thing with Dempsey in terms of providing flexible programs so that should we need to cancel, the fallout is less drastic.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I was just a little, but I'm fine with are you guys okay with the Q4 2024 deadline?
Yes, we are, Chair.
Perfect. Okay, and then you'll keep me posted, Dan, for the dates for, I understand it may not be August specific, but you will keep me posted for the dates, either 2024, 2025 for the reopening of Comité.
Absolutely, Councillor, we will.
Merci beaucoup.
Okay, merci. Now, if anyone has any questions to staff. Vice Chair Bradley.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, staff, for the presentation. I had a couple questions. One, on the 360 individuals that you were able to house over the past year, that's a great number. Could you maybe elaborate on how you were successful at getting them housed? Was it the enhanced housing allowance? Did they get a spot on OCH? Was it a supportive unit that opened up? I just want to understand where your success was with that.
Thank you for the question, through you, Chair. There was a number. So our primary and quickest exits from shelter were the 161 enhanced housing allowance benefits. That was a very successful program, but of course comes at a significant cost. So what we're primarily using now is the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit, which is a joint federal provincial program, which provides much more stable on-term stability for housing benefits. So that program currently operates if you get those benefits for 7 years total. And then there is a smaller number that receive rent geared to income housing offers, but primarily it is the enhanced housing allowance benefit and rent geared to income. COB, or the Canada Ontario Housing Benefit.
Is the enhanced housing allowance fully city funded?
It is.
And what is the amount per individual?
So it varies. So it's based on the actual market rent. So what we did is we did a review of all the available market rents in the city. So we didn't use the Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation average market rents. So it did provide a much deeper subsidy than what's available through the Canada Ontario Housing Benefit, which does use that CMHC calculation. So the total cost to the city for the program is about $2.2 million a year.
Thank you very much. My next question, and Kayla, I know you said it in your presentation, but I think I missed it, the date. We're obviously gearing up for another winter where we expect that we'll need increased capacity within our shelter system. And based on that slide where you showed the current state, we didn't see the sort of decline that we maybe would typically see in the warmer months. When are you coming back to committee with your revised strategy for winter?
So that's Q4 2024.
So that seems late. I mean, these things take a lot of time to get set up. So I imagine you're ruminating on what potential strategies are now. Could you give us a sense of what's on the table?
Yeah, so the reason we're waiting till Q4 2024 is demand has been changing rapidly. It's been very, very hard to look at the trends over time and actually accurately project. So what we found is if we implement strategies for winter, say at the end of summer, we see massive changes throughout the fall and previous years since the pandemic. So we want to actually predict based on as accurate projections as we have possible of what winter demand is going to be. Again, we are fairly confident with the strategies we have in place that we will be able to support that exit from those overflow centers into more permanent facilities. But again, we just need to have that more closer to winter data to be able to project the actual demand.
Is there anything in the trends that suggest you would see a decline in the need for shelter this winter?
So maybe I can comment. We work very closely with Immigration, Refugee, Citizenship Canada, which does provide projections on the rough projections on the amount. We're working closely with them to try and overlay the story or data story that we've seen in Ottawa with they see from a national, provincial level data. But again, even at the immigration refugee level data, it's very hard to predict actual trends. What we are seeing is certainly unprecedented and it doesn't follow usual trend lines, all that to say. So when we've looked at initial projections of data, we're talking about variance of about 800 individuals. So it's significantly different. And that's why we want to make sure we're actually not overbuilding or underbuilding the number of beds we need in the system.
Thank you for that. I guess what I'm kind of dancing around is, do you see a world in which we're going to be expanding our physical distance centers and recreation centers as opposed to phasing out to meet the demand? Is that on the table?
Chair, I think the important thing to understand from our team's perspective is that we're continuing to activate. Tomorrow, the next week, throughout the summer, you will hear from us how we're moving people out of particular centers. Our goal is to move people out of the 2 recreation centers that we're in right now. We can't give you an exact date and time of when that'll happen because it's contingent upon many of the initiatives that Kale mentioned. We may or may not purchase a property that may or may not be approved. We are in deep negotiations with IRCC at the moment, and we will need a few more months to actually confirm funding from IRCC to enable us to open a permanent welcome center in Ottawa, which would give us the opportunity to move 200 people out of an overflow situation, for instance. But none of these have firm dates because they're all in negotiation. But the commitment is there to keep activating on those as we can. So is there a situation where we might see an incredible surge? Yes, of course, that's a possibility. In that situation, we would do our best to examine that situation and come back to committee with a plan to mitigate that situation. It may or may not include using city facilities of any kind.
Thank you very much. And just my final question, which is a bit of a broad question, is that, the report is very detailed and you've had many successes over the past number of years to deal with this unprecedented crisis. But what I don't see in the report is, what does success look like? When does our shelter system move out of crisis? And what does that look like for city staff to you? When could you come back and say, we're no longer in a crisis situation? Could you maybe describe what that would look like with some data? Our shelters are the use is X, Y, or Z less than what we're seeing, or that there's active capacity, just sort of a sense of what success looks like.
Thank you, Chair. So the way we look at it I could provide numbers around this at a later date, but really when we're out of the crisis, we would consider it when we're no longer having anyone unsheltered. That's the immediate thing. We want to make sure everyone continues to have a space to come out. The other thing is the immediate, again, the crisis is using these overflow centers in community centers. So as soon as we're able to exit completely community centers, we're out of the immediate crisis. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're stabilized within the shelter system. Even when we do get out of these community centers, we are using a significant number of overflow shelter beds. Across the system, we're looking at over 200 overflow shelter beds, like not including community centers. So where we really want to get to is to a point where we're not using any of those overflow beds that shelters have. They're providing adequate amount of space. But again, that primary focus to get out of the crisis is we need to use all beds available in that premises system. Of course, the ultimate goal is that no one's experiencing chronic homelessness and that any instance of homelessness is short, long-term, and non-reoccurring.
Thank you for that. And I know a lot of the strategies will be in our 10 years housing and homelessness plan in terms of that big picture. It's just this shelter crisis piece. Again, your report you guys have been doing amazing work. The task force has been doing amazing work, but it's not outcome based in that we're seeing, okay, now we're stabilized. It's just the tap seems to be still on full force and more people are falling into homelessness and into the shelter system every day beyond what we can keep on, beyond the measures that are in this report that are coming online. So that's just my main concern, is that while, you know, we are doing all of these great things, is it actually solving the problem, or are we just barely keeping our heads above water for the people who really need these services? So thank you so much for your presentation today and for answering my questions. That's it for me, Chair.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to staff for the presentation. I'll commend staff and thank them for all of the work that they've done in managing this situation and trying to extricate us from the current situation we're in. And I'll echo Vice Chair Bradley's comments that it is late to come up with a winter strategy, and that's something that I did have let staff know that I know we don't have all the details, but it is late. Q4 is very late to come up with that. You know, one thing that's really struck me when we're talking about the crisis is the numbers in the reports that show how many of the persons in the single shelter system are part of that newcomer stream now. The demographics of the shelter system have really, really changed. And when I recently asked about what the average stay was for Heron Road, I learned that it was about 184 days, which is just about a month shy of the time that Heron Road has been open. And that's not really a shelter system. That is based when we're staying for an average stay of 184 days and there's 200 people in Heron, that is essentially serving as, you know, housing at that long of a stay. I hear and I'm encouraged by the fact that you're in deep discussions with the federal government. My concern is as we look at exiting community centers, and I will applaud staff, Dempsey Community Center was recently emptied very quietly using other city-acquired facilities, using Cornerstone. And so I know there is a lot of work being done. We can't fully reopen that facility as it takes some time. It was in use for almost 4 years, but you know, certainly I'd like to know, as we're looking at a winter strategy and as we're looking at ways to sort of stabilize the system, the efforts that are being made to differentiate between these two, the emergency shelter system and this sort of need for transitional housing for newcomers. Like, what are the efforts being made to separate the systems? We've seen issues that have arisen when we have an emergency shelter system where new Canadians were being directed at the airport to use that system. If we could speak a little bit about that, I would appreciate it.
Thanks for the question, through Chair. There's a number of things we're looking to do. And of course, the percentage of newcomers prior to the pandemic, you were looking year to year, 10 to 15%. And now we're seeing up over 63% for the single adult shelter system. So this is a new phenomenon in the single shelter system, how to deal with this. One of the major initiatives we've done is we've added hundreds of beds with transitional shelter programs operated, as Claire mentioned, by Matthew House, Carty House, and Stepstone House. So this is a transitional model that is meant to divert people from our traditional shelter system. So we, as part of that newcomer reception center proposal, have also proposed expanding that program and the number of sites available. We're also still working very closely with those partners that as fast as they can bring those sites on board, that we support them to do that. So we are aggressively trying to add capacity within that diversion system. And then of course, the more long-term strategy is actually getting those 2 sprung structures online, which will support an actual newcomer reception center model. In the interim, some of what we've done is we've brought in settlement support services to be able to actually work directly in our single shelters to provide some of those settlement supports. And that's been having really good impacts on our length of stay in chronic homelessness. So as you did mention, the length of stay are quite long. From 2022 to 23, we actually saw which is actually marginal considering our info, but 4.5% increase in chronic homelessness for men, and actually a reduction of chronic homelessness by 12% for women. So these initiatives are starting to take hold, make an impact on length of stay, but again, it takes time to build that system. And we're very excited that our proposal with IRCC continues to be considered.
Thanks for that. And just as we're talking about the increase of percentage of the new Canadians in the shelter system, are you seeing a decrease in the traditional users of the emergency shelter system at all?
Thank you, Chair. It does vary. So overall, if you look at the last 3 years, the trend line is pretty similar. It does go up and down. And that's really why we're seeing the increased demand. The regular shelter system access for non-new Canadian has remained relatively steady over time. But that increase in demand and the requirement for all these overflow sites is really driven by that increase in newcomers, not so much an increase in traditional shelter users, non-new Canadians.
Okay, thank you very much. And I do want to thank you for your work. I know at times I've been frustrated by having 2 full community centers dedicated to helping people and not being available for community use. But I know you've been putting forward Herculean efforts that acquire and purchase properties so that we can better stabilize in the system and give people proper place to have to spend the night. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd like to unpack the statistic you just gave about the new Canadians. So pre-pandemic, we were at 10 to 15% of our shelter occupants were new Canadians, and now we're at above 60%. What does that mean in terms of our engagement with other levels of government, in terms of our messaging, in terms of our perception on what that trend line looks like? Is that just a post-pandemic pop, or where do we see that number going?
So we've asked that question of IRCC in particular to understand what they're seeing in terms of trends. And across the country and frankly, globally, they confirm that they don't expect any difference in trending around global migration and the type of migration we're seeing in Canada and now that we're experiencing locally. So this has been going on for just over a year. And about that time, we started to have those discussions with IRCC to underscore the fact that, no, it's not a blip. This is now a reality of our city and other cities across the country and across the world. So global migration is now hit locally, and it just is. So our systems need to shift and change. And what you've heard from Kale and what's reflected in the report is everything that staff are doing with community partners to try and shift the system. And at the same time, we are working with IRCC, and Kale and his team put together a brilliant proposal that we just presented actually to other municipalities and levels of government in Ontario. And where they are all very impressed with the fact that our proposal includes not only a first step welcome and stabilizing center, but a real focus on transitional housing, getting people into the communities across the city. And if we can make that happen, then 200 or so people come out of these temporary overflow, and we've now created a permanent welcome center system. And I think that's the kind of thing that we are asking the government, the federal government in particular, and then with the operating support from the provincial government to make a reality here, because it's not a blip. And so that's the kind of systemic change that we're trying to affect.
No, I appreciate that. It's a tricky situation. To build on this, and I guess a bit of the comments that Councillor Carr was mentioning before, this is being treated in a distinct kind of process manner to the existing shelter system process. So there's the New Canadian Reception Center, Welcome Center stream, which is being looked at as separate to the existing overnight shelter system that currently had existed pre-pandemic, as opposed to looking at them organically as one.
Yes, Chair. The requirements of someone who's coming into the country as a refugee through perhaps an IRCC pathway and sponsorship, and outside of that, and the people coming outside of that are the people that we're seeing who are at Heron Road and BG. Those two streams of people require the types of services that are not available in our current and existing shelter system. And so what we've been doing, as we've been recognizing over time, that the great majority of people at Heron Road, for instance, are newcomer, single men and women, and some couples actually, who are recent migrants, refugee, and asylum seekers. We've been bringing those services in, settlement services, which we are not, as a municipality, typically structured to provide. So in Canada, the federal government is responsible for immigration policy. They also have agreements with the province to provide settlement services. But historically, municipalities have not had that mandate or funding to provide those services, or the legal authority, frankly, to provide settlement services. We do not have that. So we must rely on an existing system of service providers. Well, the existing system of service providers haven't received a big influx of funding to address the current trends. So the entire system is in a state of flux and pressure. And so are we looking at it organically? We absolutely are, because what we're seeing is people are in our shelter system. There are, I think, about 40% of single men at the mission right now, if not 50, are newcomer and migrant-seeking individuals. We all agree that they shouldn't be in a shelter system, but they're in the shelter system. And so organically, we're looking at the entire system, but structurally, yes, we want to create a separate program that's properly resourced and structured so that people receive the kinds of services that they need quite quickly after arriving in the country, including applications for status, for legal status in the country, and then move very quickly into community. So our goal and our focus is disbursement into the community, because that's how our community grows and our economy grows. And at the same time, it will alleviate some of the pressure in our shelter system. And we're working with the partners very actively so that they can actually work with people who need mental health, addictions, and other services, and have the capacity to do that. Because right now, there's so much pressure on the system that there's limited capacity.
No, thanks for that. And I think even what the delegate that spoke this morning spoke to kind of the micro integrations across the community in terms of small groupings, six rooms, having people out in, one room, that kind of thing. I am concerned when I hear the term sprung shelter. And I just say that having, in my previous career worked in refugee camps, and I've seen temporaries become permanents. And I am concerned if our concept is to build kind of a two-tiered support system where if you're new to Canada, you're going to go live in a tent, versus if you're here existing, you're going to live in a building, when, we're advocating for a housing first strategy. I know, out in Barrhaven, we have an OCH development coming up on Longfields Road. I think there's a component to that parcel that's going to get severed for an additional structure. And I know that there are technologies right now to build hard structures. And so I am concerned when I hear that a strategy here includes a sprung shelter or more. It would be my preference to see something more structurally permanent, I guess, because I don't know, I'd like to hear a little bit more about the rationale behind leveraging a sprung shelter as a welcome center, as opposed to something that perhaps is more organic to the community, or that's less encampment-like.
Yeah, so thank you for the question, Chair. We did investigate about 8 different rapid construction options, so in terms of getting them in. Through that evaluation, and we are happy to provide a little bit more detail on this, but the sprung structure was the most quickly available. And of course, when we originally were directed by council to look at this, it was an immediate need. So what we're trying to balance is what can we get available immediately, quickest to meet that need, so we can get out of community centers. And then of course inside, although we've heard that before, it's a tent, but on the inside, what our intention is to do is build transitional housing type on the inside. So the inside of these sites will be set up much more. It's better than an arena. It's better than a community center. We're meant to have individually contained rooms for each person. We want our shelter system across the board to be more dignified, essentially. We don't want to be in these community centers. We don't think it's fair to be providing shelter in this way. So again, out of those options and the timeframes we kind of have to meet, and as we just discussed, the anticipated demand, we want to make sure these are in place so no one's outside during the winter. And that was the best available option through that analysis to get us to that point.
No, that's a fair comment. The concern I would have with that, though, is that we're restricting ourselves to a singular floor when, options like modular mass timber apartments can go up in weeks. There is a precedent for that across North America and especially through Europe. And that can be multi-floor, up to 12 stories within, I think, the current bylaw, and potentially up to 20. So there are other options that are cost effective, that are environmentally effective, that I think provide perhaps an element more dignity, like you just spoke to allow people to have that privacy while not restricting ourselves to a single floor tent. That would be my only comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. And if I can just add to that, I don't think any of us wish to have people in a tent or in a sprung shelter. And I think the intention is, we are facing winter. We were facing winter. We're facing another one coming up. We need to make sure that no one is on or sleeping rough when that comes about. And I am strongly confident that staff are looking at every single option, and it will be up to us as politicians to make sure that we're looking at the more permanent options, the modular housing, those types of the fast, more permanent builds as we go through the coming months. But I, for one, I'm comfortable with the idea of knowing that we have a backup plan, something that is temporary yet a little bit more permanent, so that as we see this influx of newcomers to our city, we can find a place for them that is safe and comfortable and warm. But your point is well taken. It's not the optimal situation, not for anyone, but we will find solutions through this. And I have every confidence that staff are working hard to come up with those choices. Thank you very much. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to take this opportunity first to really commend staff for the work that they've been undertaking with this strategy towards an integrated transition to housing. I think it is important to note that when we came into office this term, we saw a need. We directed staff to address the need. And we have a report before us that talks about the creation of 365 new temporary spaces, 177 new supportive housing units in development, 423 new transitional housing beds added or in development. So we are making progress, but I share the concerns around this table that it needs to be more rapid. I think everybody who's spoken today from Vice Chair Bradley on have said that we really need to work faster to address these challenges. So the questions I have are in that vein. I'm just wondering if staff can provide a timeline concerning the transitional housing conversion at 230 Queen Street.
So as things stand right now, we anticipate being operational November 30th. Of course, with construction timelines, we all know how that goes, but that is the anticipated timeline, and we're fairly confident we'll be able to meet that.
I appreciate that. I think time is of the essence, and that means that we're moving relatively quickly. I know that the report was talking about the construction required to fit up the space, and so I'm really pleased to hear that. I also wanted to ask a question about the resources that are necessary to exit physical distancing centers. I know that Councillor Plante introduced a direction to ask staff about the approach and timeline regarding the phase out of physical distancing centers. But I'm just wondering if you can describe what resources will be required to exit those centers.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Chair. In terms of resources at this point, there's kind of a number of stages we're going to be going through. Initially, it is an immense amount of city staff resources going into identifying and finding these sites to be able to exit physical distancing centers, including the sprung structures, spaces like St. Joseph. Another big piece of the resourcing will bring our community partners who typically operate these spaces and have expertise in the newcomer supports that we're saying we need. So the city will be going out very shortly with requests for proposals to operate those spaces. And again, we want to make sure these spaces are operated over the long term by those community partners who have that dedicated expertise to do that. And then of course, the other resourcing requirements really come down to doing, building fit up constructions, those changeovers. And as Clara had alluded to, we've been working very closely with corporate real estate, building code services, infrastructure services to make sure that we're pushing along with council as fast as possible to get those options in place. So we're looking at all possible, workarounds for any red tape, I'll call it, or bureaucratic barriers that we're facing, and all of the city and our other departments working with us on getting these structures in place or supporting that.
And my final question, Chair, is just what does the cooperation look like with the community partners? Because we know it's one thing for us to establish the housing and then in a sense, hand it over for operations, but we hear all the time about the financial challenges that many of these organizations have. So I'm just wondering, how are we working in tandem with those partners to ensure that they have the support so that they can be successful in the operation of these different supportive housing options?
Chair, we are working very closely with community partners. So we work with community partners when we think about, as Kale just said, a new program coming on, and we do a request for proposal to ensure that they're properly resourced so they can do this in addition to other things that they're doing. But the most important way, in 2022, the community sector came to us, housing and homelessness sector came to us and said, we'd like to work more collaboratively and more organically, to take Councillor Hill's word, more closely with the city. And so what the team has done with community partners over the last year is actually formed a housing and homelessness leadership table of community sector leaders in housing and homelessness who will be the table to actually convene and talk about that very question, Councillor. And not just the city making a decision and saying, here's our decision, live with it. No, we're not working that way. What we're doing is we're coming with our ideas, they're coming with their ideas, and we're going to map out a way forward. And Kilbourne is a good example of that. So they're going to be the first group we talk to try even to plan a visioning session with community partners and the community at large around that site. So the Housing and Homelessness Leadership Table is a good example of how we're working in tandem and lockstep, and to assess what are the pressures that could be felt if we were to take a decision in any way. Then we want to have those discussions early on so we understand that we can resource that appropriately if we have the funding.
I appreciate that. I know that many of the social service providers and other providers have really been pushing for that type of model. And so I'm pleased to hear that that's been established. I think of the Alliance to End Homelessness and other organizations that we're talking about a better governance model so that action can be better coordinated between the city as well as by the service providers themselves. So I'm appreciative of that effort. I'm appreciative of the efforts generally, but I share the concerns around this table around expediting the actions so that we can establish more supportive housing for our residents, especially our unsheltered residents. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for all your work on transitional housing. We've seen significant changes in Bay Ward. It's not all downtown. We've got a new shelter for women run by Cornerstone, as well as transitional housing for families now at Corkstown. Can you remind me of how many spaces have opened up in Bay Ward?
Thank you for the question, Chair. We have in Cornerstone, there's a total of 165 spaces that will be able to provide support to single women. 15 of those are overflow. And we're working through finalizing the construction and upgrade things we need to do for Corkstown Road in terms of shared kitchens, additional laundry facilities to support its use for families. And currently we anticipate about 158 households will be able to be accommodated there.
Yeah, and there's also Matthew House that's also opening up in.
Yes, and thank you for that. There is an additional 8 to 10, and we're working on determining that with fire. And again, that was a wonderful initiative that the city supported with. We were able to provide one of our buildings that was previously being used for LRT to temporarily accommodate newcomers through the Matthew House program.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And clearly the issue has been the influx of newcomers, mostly refugees. When we were talking before, you did brief us. I was wondering about the funding and how it works. And if I'm not mistaken, we get reimbursed afterwards for the funding that we get. Are we getting reimbursed in a timely way? Because it certainly concerns me that we're on the hook, and then it is a federal issue, and how quickly we get reimbursed.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so the program currently, it's called the Interim Housing Assistance Program, or IHAP, does reimburse the city for costs 1 year after those costs are incurred. We also have a Q1 submission. So to give you a sense, last year, the city received $27.7 million through that program. And we also have an additional application for Q1 2024 of $11.8 million. Typically, these reimbursements have come within a quarter of submitting the final reimbursement report. However, IRCC has indicated to us that with this new federal budget, they are looking to move towards a more long-term model that is funding up front with multi-year agreements. So we're still working with them on that, but the indications seem positive that we will be more moving from their side to a more sustainable funding model.
Thank you. Supportive housing, that is very much a need, especially when we're working with some people that are homeless. Often they're homeless, they have complex needs. And in your summary, you have 177 new supportive housing units. Obviously, we're going to have a lot more than that. And I know that's in the mid-year plan. I know Ottawa Community Housing is working on the complex care model within our housing so that we can deal with people. So because one of the issues we have is that we're taking people off the list of who are requiring housing, and they have complex needs, but we don't have spaces for complex needs. So that is a crisis because it's very disruptive to put people in units when they can't manage. So I just want to know if there's been any further work on that.
Thank you for the question, Chair. So yes, the city is directly involved in Ottawa Community Housing's complex care project. And we are looking, so there's kind of two components of when we talk about supportive housing. So there's supportive housing, which is dedicated buildings that provide 100% of people there those supports. And as we mentioned in the report, we're doing 177 units. Of course, the need is always growing. And I think I've talked with a number around the table of we still have close to a 300-person waiting list for supportive housing units. So we really appreciate the support of council to continue to push those through as quickly as possible, because as you've mentioned, the need is large. The other thing we try and do to be able to provide supports is the Housing First program. So that's housing with supports. So by contrast, this helps us more rapidly access private market units and provide the wraparound supports to people who are in that housing. So currently that model is kind of a scatter site, and it's part of what we're working on with OCH is can we do more of this place-based and really increase funding around that. We also do a number of work around housing stability and housing loss prevention. So the city about 1.5 years ago implemented a bridge funding program. So when people are destabilizing in their housing, us along with community social services and employment and social services actually work on a plan with that person to be able to stabilize in their housing. And a part of that may be linking them to those wraparound supports they need so they're not losing their housing. So there's a number of initiatives underway, but as you said, the need continues to be great.
Thank you. In terms of the transitional housing for families, one of the issues that has arisen is that you need food banks nearby when people are providing food for their family. And how are we resolving that?
Thank you for the question, Chair. There's a number of things we're working with. So as we know across the city, beyond just transitional housing, the need for food banks is immense. So community and social services is in regular talks with the food banks, not only for how do we meet them for transitional housing for sites like Corkstown, across the board with our many different hotel sites we're still utilizing. So we want to be focused on permanent solutions. So we want to make sure that anyone receiving services in a site like Corkstown has those same services or ability to access those same services outside of it. So one of the things we're looking at specifically for Corkstown is addressing some of the transportation problems that to access the local food banks. So we continue to look at options, either private or we're going to be entering discussions with OC Transport potentially on how do we do transportation. We do recognize that's a need. I also want to mention that each of our transitional housing programs or permanent shelters for families does have emergency food cupboards on site. So we do ensure at any of our permanent sites that no one is going hungry. Also, caseworkers and support workers are available 24/7. So if someone needs additional food in our hotel programs, we actually do provide a taxi to bring food to them, like if they've just showed up. So we try and band-aid it, but of course the food needs across the city continue to be large. So it's a big problem to solve, but in terms of that emergency need, the shelter system is well set up to meet it.
Thank you. And I appreciate the move to get families out of motels. We know it's not adequate and it's the best we had, but I appreciate the fact that we're moving away from that. And thank you again for all your work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Plant.
Thank you so much. And it's nice to see you here in person, Chair. I know you had some health issues, so I'm glad to see you back on top shape. So I just have a couple of questions for staff. Just, I guess, a blunt question. Is it easier to house the high acuity crowd or newcomers? What is easier just in terms of paperwork or funding? Like which stream can get housed faster?
Chair, it's a difficult question to answer because each individual comes with their own set of complex needs. So it's not a question of whether a high acuity or someone who has multiple complex needs is harder to house or a newcomer. They both have very complex needs. In terms of a newcomer, we all know that many arrive in a state of deep trauma and stabilizing and then acclimatizing to Canadian culture and local cultures is difficult. So I think what the key message from our perspective is that we're working on multiple options to be able to serve people with different needs. And so there's no one particular strategy. You've heard Kale talk about a plethora of strategies that are working collectively to address the needs that are presenting themselves.
Yeah, sorry, if I didn't explain myself, I meant, I guess, administratively.
Chair, I think administratively, they're probably very similar.
What I thought. I was also wondering too, because we did have a discussion, probably I think almost a year ago this time, about how a lot of diaspora groups get involved in resettling people in similar groups. I often share the story. My husband is Ukrainian, and nobody wraps around, and it's like a pierogi around when other Ukrainians come. Have we seen some sort of mobilizing? I know we've had a lot of Ugandans come forward, we've had Afghanis, et cetera. Like, have we seen a lot more diaspora mobilization as well?
Chair, yes, we continue to see local communities step up and wrap around newcomers, whether they're refugees, asylum seekers, or immigrants. That continues to happen, and we have an amazing community, as you know, and an amazing nonprofit sector of settlement services who are connected in communities. So yes, that continues to occur.
Wonderful. And I was wondering too, and I want to thank Councillor Bradley for touching on this. She talked a bit about the prevention piece, preventing people from entering into the shelter system in the first place. How has the landscape changed? When we started in 2022, there was no discussion about prevention. And now I think the discussion's ramped up as well. I was wondering if you could touch upon that, and shout out to the acquisition fund motion. But I was just wondering if you could talk about that as well.
Well, certainly in terms of all of the prevention programs and what we fund, Kale can probably provide details. But prevention has always been part of our 10-year plan. It's a significant component, and you've heard about strategies that are in place to help people prevent eviction. So the bridge funding pilot, or now a program that Kale mentioned earlier, is a good example. And so prevention continues to be a focus. It will be a focus as we renew our 10-year plan. And we want to go back to the sector, to the leadership table and others, to talk about that very question. What else do we need to do in prevention? And how do we need to look at prevention differently? And where do we need other levels of government to help us fund prevention work? Because as you've seen, in terms of moving people rapidly into a housing, the city's actually activating with 100% municipal funding, where the other systems leave off. So that is an excellent question, and we're going to be contemplating that with the community as part of the 10-year plan refresh.
Okay, and last, I just wanted to say for the next budget cycle, I will be advocating for more enhanced housing allowance. I know that has been very helpful. I've heard even from families how helpful that was to get people into housing. So thank you for the work you've been doing. And I do want to give a shout out to the workers at the Ben Nograme. I've gone in there many times. It absolutely breaks my heart that my community doesn't have a rink, but I see the work they're doing. It's very striking when you go inside to see the scene of people in those rows and rows of bunk beds who just want a better life. And, you know, as much as I go on and on about our children needing rec services, we absolutely need to house people and treat them with dignity. So shout out to the workers at Ben Nograme.
I'm still trying to figure out how you work pierogi into a sentence, but I'm enjoying it, and then we're getting closer to lunch. So
it was a housing pierogi.
I love it. As from Polish background, I very much appreciate it. Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much. And I just had a question for staff, and it actually figures really nicely on what Councillor Plant ended on when she spoke about going into Bernard Gramet and seeing those rows upon rows of bunk beds. My ward office is in Heron Road, and there are over 200 people living there. And I think there's 6 or 7 showers. I can't remember exactly. It is not a suitable place for people to live. And when I talk about the fact that people have been there an average of 184 days, it is not suitable. But yet I'm hearing concerns from people about sprung structures. And despite the fact that we passed that motion unanimously, obviously it speaks to the fact that I think we need to have a better understanding of the conditions that people are living in our community centers. But more importantly, I'm wondering from staff if it's possible to organize a session on sprung structure, because I admit when I first heard about it a couple years, when I was first elected, I thought, oh, we're putting people in a tent. I think it would be useful for people to understand the configurations that can happen with the sprung structure, the services that can be offered, the opportunities for dividing privacy, all of that. And I'm wondering if it's possible. I know that I met with the supplier, RPM, and that I have seen a number of the videos and done a bit of research myself, but I'm wondering if that's something that staff would be open to in order for councillors to better understand what a sprung structure is.
Thank you, Chair. We would be happy to share more information. I would suggest that perhaps the team can put together a bit of a presentation with some links to videos. And I thank you for your comments. Also, they're open to landscaping too, to make them look very, very residential-like. So we'll put together a presentation package and circulate that to council. Would that be acceptable?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So it's, I think Councillor Plant and I sort of feel that nobody's been opposed to the fact that we've taken on, we've had these in our wards for many years, and now as a possibility we're expanding, we're hearing a lot of opposition. And so I think it'd be useful for councillors to understand a little bit better. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carr, and I'm not seeing any further questions. I did want to add my appreciation. We've heard around this table and online just how deeply grateful committee members are in terms of the work that staff have done. We know that a year ago, we had 21% of our shelter system was newcomers to our city, and now we're at what I think you said 63, report says 64, we're around there, and we don't know what the future holds. And while we wait for federal governments, provincial governments to step in and fill the gaps, city staff and our partners in the community service sector have been filling that gap. And you've been doing it, and maybe not at the most rapid pace that we would like, because no one would like these people to come into our city and not have a place to stay, a shelter. But you're doing it at a speed that has never been done before. So I wanted to just add my appreciation, and I know I speak on behalf of my colleagues, for just the work that the community has done, has stepped up, the welcomeness that people have shown for people coming in. I know, Teresa, when I was in your community, the surrounding neighborhood around Corkstown was just so warm and welcoming, and that's wonderful. I know that there is a property in my ward that we'll be discussing at FinCorp. Apparently I'm getting a phone call, forgive me. But I just wanted to thank city staff also profusely. I know Paul's not here today, but if you could pass that along to him, but the whole team, because this has been phenomenal work. And I want to thank my colleagues as well too, members of the task force, committee members and council, because this is not an easy file and there are no easy solutions, but we need to keep pushing forward and testing our boundaries and trying to get our partners back at the table in terms of the federal and provincial governments, because we can't do this alone. So thank you very much for the presentation. It's appreciated. And with committee's indulgence, can we receive this report? Received. All right, moving on to item 6.1, we have the municipal commemoration and commemorative naming policies. We do have a presentation from staff, so I'll just let them get set up.
Bonjour, Madame la Présidente, membres du comité. On est ravis d'être ici aujourd'hui pour vous parler de deux politiques sur les commémorations. Good morning, members of the committee. We're very happy to be here today to talk to you about two commemoration policies that staff have been working over the last several years, really. My job today is made a little easier by the fact that I have Nick Allison to my right, who will be speaking to you about our umbrella commemoration policy, and then Katie O'Sullivan, who was the lead on our commemorative naming policy. First slide, please. So current state, the city has several commemoration programs that currently exist. You councillors are most familiar with the commemorative naming program for facilities, parks, streets. It's one of our more popular ones, but we also have commemorative benches, commemorative trees. We have keys to the city, the Order of Ottawa, and the Mayor's City Builder Awards, freedom of the city. All of these are considered commemorations that up until today, we're not guided by an umbrella policy in terms of what commemorations should be and should not be. And so one of the policies that we're bringing forward today is to address that gap, which we think is an important one. Commemorative naming program was paused back in February 2022 for a variety of reasons. We were, well, significantly overextended in terms of budgets. And what this policy tries to do is to create a sustainable program that mirrors some of the existing programs that we have at the city, but has also been benchmarked against how other municipalities make this sustainable. Council recently approved the commemorative tree policy that Public Works worked along with our staff, understanding that we were coming with an overarching policy today. One of the things that we're trying to address in terms of the commemorative naming program is that currently it is fairly limited. We inherited this policy from the city clerk back in 2016. And over the intervening years have observed some of the lack of flexibility. So currently it only allows commemoration of individuals, and through this policy we're recommending some expansion of that. And what we are aware of and what has become more topical in recent times is contentious commemorations and how we deal with both existing facilities and streets that are commemoratively named, but that are perhaps contentious by today's standards, as well as new proposals that we get. Next slide, please. I want to emphasize that the policies that we're bringing forward are policies that allow the city, it provides us a framework and a process to receive commemoration proposals from external sources. This is not a policy that generates the city's own ability or desire to commemorate things on its own. So it's really an external community-facing policy to take in, process, approve those policies. And with that in mind, it really has been geared towards an application process and an outward-facing process. I'll turn it over to Nick, and she can speak about the municipal commemoration policy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dan. So for the municipal commemoration policy, it responds to a strong recommendation in the renewed action plan for arts, heritage, and culture, which was adopted in 2013. It will be the first comprehensive commemoration policy supporting all municipal commemoration programs and activities post-amalgamation. So the focus here is on local commemoration. As a national capital, we are also the site of significant amount of national commemoration. However, as a municipality, there's a lot of fantastic history that is unique to Ottawa that we need to celebrate and explore. And we also want to make sure that when we are engaging in commemoration, that the history stories and legacies that we share reflect Ottawa and all of its diversity. And the commemoration policy that is under consideration today ensures the respectful inclusion of the Anishinaabe Algonquin host nation in commemoration, in line with the Anishinaabe Algonquin City of Ottawa host nation civic cultural protocol that was passed in 2022. It also provides a pathway for addressing historic inequities and contention in commemoration. This policy was very much designed with community. The advisory group, the informal advisory group that had been convened to help support the development of the policy included a subcommittee specifically dedicated to looking at the wording, the language around contentious commemoration, how we might best as a city consider forms of contentious commemoration. Next slide, please. So following on from that successful model of working and developing policy with community, we're looking to continue to work with community in implementing this policy by bringing community and city staff together. We're proposing the creation of a departmental commemoration working group under the general manager of RCFS with a body of 15 working group members. This would constitute a rather large working group, but the working group before the policy, while in development, was 11 members, and it was successful with an additional between 4 and 6 ex officio members. That terminology was used to refer to city staff participating in each meeting, and it worked quite well, and conversation flowed nicely. Critically, 2 members from the Anishinaabe Algonquin host nation will be included in the departmental commemoration working group. This is to ensure that even in periods of transition, there will continuously be host nation representation. And this is in line with what was outlined in the protocol and the importance of ensuring that any commemorative work and all commemorative work and the approach to commemoration is inclusive of the host nation and their approach to commemoration and heritage preservation. 4 staff members with responsibilities related to the commemoration programs or activities administered by the City of Ottawa will be at the table, as well as 9 community members who are active in engagement as researchers, practitioners in the area of commemoration. And that includes community leaders who are responsible for community level commemorations. So that's typically commemorations that happen within neighborhoods. They might be more informal, less structured, but folks who have active experience and want to engage with the city. The recommendations will be presented to the general manager of RCFS to be taken on board in how we develop further policy or implement this policy. Members shall be selected in accordance with the City of Ottawa's equity and inclusion lens, and care will be taken to include individuals from the following communities, including Black residents, differently abled persons, First Nation, Inuit, and Métis residents, urban Indigenous, Francophones, immigrants and newcomers, linguistic minorities, older adults, persons of color, residents of priority neighborhoods, rural residents, women, youth, and members of the 2S LGBTQIA+ communities. This is important in ensuring that we're able to address issues of underrepresentation within existing commemoration practices. Next slide.
Thank you, Chair. It's actually slide 6. Eric, if we could move forward. So following the motion passed in February of 2023, staff began a review of the commemorative naming program and applicable policy. The review focused on ensuring the policy adopted the principles and aligned with the municipal commemoration policy currently before us today as well, establishing an equitable and inclusive and sustainable commemorative naming program that honors the uniqueness of Ottawa, including its diverse communities, cultures, histories, legacies that rest upon and live on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation. Policy direction is included to prioritize application from equity denied groups and Anishinaabe Algonquin host nation, introducing an application process that allows for an equitable review of multiple applications at the same time, which would help us increase representation of equity denied groups. Creating a more financially sustainable model for the commemorative naming program moving forward, and finally improving clarity, transparency, and inclusion with a simplified approval process. Next slide. So there are several changes within the new proposed policy. The current commemorative naming policy focused solely on the commemoration of individuals. So the new program opens up categories available for commemoration to include individual merit, collective or group merit, and events of local significance. As was the focus of our staff review, there is now language in the policy to prioritize applications from equity denied groups and the Anishinaabe Algonquin host nation to increase representation and be more reflective of the community. Staff is suggesting a hybrid financial model that shares costs with the applicant, which I'll describe in the next slide. There's also now a clear list of eligible assets for commemoration, and they are categorized as either minor or major assets. So a minor assets are those within a community or ward-specific interests, such as a room within a community center, versus a major asset, which would have a citywide significance, such as a district park or an arena. People from all over the city would travel to those locations. The new policy leverages the departmental working group that Nick spoke about being implemented, and this diverse group of representatives from across the community who are engaged in commemoration, including the host nation, will review the cohort of applications and be asked to review and comment on the merit of the applications and prioritize those for funding, as well as review any questions with respect to commemoration that are brought forward to the program and offer recommendations to the general manager. This policy also establishes a connection to the Anishinaabe Algonquin Cultural Consultative Circle for applications that have a connection to Indigenous culture. So under the terms of the council-approved Anishinaabe Algonquin Host Nation Civic Cultural Protocol and following discussions with Indigenous relations, the correct path to move forward on cultural matters such as commemorative naming is to first engage with the host nation. So we will accept the guidance of the host nation if they indicate further engagement with other Indigenous communities is required and with whom. Previously, the program accepted unsolicited applications year-round, and we're now proposing 2 application periods per year. This will allow applications to be reviewed on merit as a cohort and allow the city to increase awareness through PSAs, social media, leveraging existing communication networks, through the working group to ensure greater awareness of the program and hopefully increase representation of namings that are reflective of the community. We've also implemented a simplified approval process for minor assets under delegated authority with the ward councillor and local community association concurrence. And finally, there's an inclusion of a provision for non-commemorative naming. So staff recognizes that there is community interest in naming eligible assets with non-commemorative names that are reflective of the site or specific neighborhood or other notable attributes. So there would need to be a funding source identified for those namings and no commemorative plaque would be placed. Next slide, please. So the new policy proposes a hybrid cost-sharing model with the applicant. In the current financial model, the commemorative naming program has a budget that can sustain, on average, 4 commemorations a year. Since 2019, not counting those that have proceeded by ward councillor motion, the average of commemorations is about 10 per year. The cost of a bronze commemorative plaque installed on a post is approximately $3,900. And outdoor minor assets and major assets typically have additional wayfinding signage requirements that can range anywhere from $1,600 to upwards of $30,000, which are funded from capital. Costs can vary based on various considerations, such as the size, condition of a sign, and the number of signs to be replaced. On the slide, you will see the costs that staff are proposing. So for commemorative names of new municipal streets, they remain at no cost. There is an exception for private roads under the municipal addressing bylaw. For minor indoor assets, such as rooms within community centers, we are suggesting $400 as we've sourced a more affordable material with a similar look for indoor locations. Minor outdoor assets, such as a sports field or a ball diamond, we're suggesting $2,500. And major assets such as a district park or arena, the suggestion is $5,000. All costs are subject to HST, and the fees were determined by looking at the average costs incurred for implementation of past commemorations of these types of assets. And the cost suggests approximately 50% of those total costs. If we look at the commemorations that have taken place since 2019, of the 69 assets commemorated, 61 would be classified as an outdoor minor asset with a cost of $2,500. 6 would be indoor minor assets, and 2 would be classified as a major asset.
Next slide, please. Both policies have undergone considerable consultation with community, both in terms of working groups, advisory groups, Engage Ottawa solicitations on ideas, interviews with targeted groups. And we also did a municipal scan of what else was out there in terms of, and really did try to harvest the best practices as we found them. So we believe this policy really does represent the best of what our local community has offered, as well as the best practices in municipalities across the province. And next slide, please. In terms of implementation of the policy, we are recommending that we establish a departmental commemoration working group this fall, that staff invite councillors' assistance to a commemoration information session in the fall as well. We know that councillors' offices are often at the fine point of ideas on commemorations, and we believe that a proper upfront information session would be very useful in terms of implementation and public acceptance of the new policies. And then we would open our first cycle. We are proposing a spring and a fall cycle. So we are proposing to open a cycle this fall for applications for commemoration. And we are committing to providing council with an annual report on commemorations so that we can both identify the work that is being done, but also start to gauge against some of the commitments that we've made in terms of transparency, in terms of process, and in terms of equity, which we think are important things to report back to council. That ends our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to, we have delegations. So Councillor Johnson will, I see your hand is up. We're going to wait for questions to staff. We do have two delegations. So we have Maria Rishi and Lee Farnsworth from the Ottawa Distinguished Women. They wish to come up. Good morning.
Good morning, committee, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And I understand you're going to be presenting together. So I am going to be a little bit flexible in the time, but not too flexible. So just a heads up on that. So please proceed.
Some of you will already be familiar with our organization, Femme Remarquable Ottawa Distinguished Women. We are a volunteer nonprofit community organization comprised of over 50 leaders in the community from various cultural communities and backgrounds. Our mission is to identify and recognize women who have made significant contributions to the city of Ottawa. We've held 2 galas at which we have recognized 95 of these women, and some of you have attended those galas. We have read the results of your public consultations and the report before you, and generally, we agree with its recommendations. However, we do have some concerns. The City of Ottawa has consistently, over the past few years, through many initiatives such as its Women and Gender Equity Strategy, City for All Women Initiative, and its official plan, included gender equity as a cross-city principle. We are here today to ask that you fulfill that commitment to gender equity in your new commemorative naming policy. Historically, although women make up over 50% of our population, the percentage of representation in terms of commemoration of streets, parks, and other city assets has sadly been less than 10%. Women have made significant contributions to this city in health, education, sports and recreation, social activities, business and technology, and many other areas. True equity in our commemoration policy must recognize women's contributions across the many diversity groups that have been listed in this report. The report clearly states that the policy must address the city's commitment to taking an equitable, inclusive, and sustainable approach to commemorative naming. It repeatedly reaffirms the principle of diversity and inclusion. However, we believe the policy requires even more commitment. We believe that it should include targets. 50% of women should equal 50% of all commemorations related to individual names, organizations, or significant events. Furthermore, those commemorations should be quality commemorations. In other words, ones that are equitable in status and prestige with those of men. No token alleys, no side streets, or maybe some side streets, but not all, only side streets, for both major and minor assets. Some might ask if such a target is possible. As an organization, we are prepared to work collaboratively with other local groups and stakeholders and the commemorative working group to help the city meet its goal. In fact, we already have a list of women who have met the criteria of distinguished women in our own nomination process, which mirrors the recommended process of this report. We have no doubt that we can identify women of merit who meet the criteria set out in this policy. In other words, we can help you meet the 50% target. We also hope that the proposed working group will reflect a gender balance in its membership and would be happy to participate in its activities. We challenge you to live up to your statements of equity and inclusion by putting your words into real action. Finally, we wonder, as have others in the public consultation process, about the onerous process involved in the nomination process. It really does require a heck of a lot of work. And the one-year time limit for nominations. Although we agree that there must be a thorough vetting process, it does seem cumbersome and lengthy, contrary to the simple and the efficient, timely process described in the report. Finally, the time limit and rule that the nominations must be resubmitted also seem like another barrier, much like the recommendation that nominators must bear the cost for nominations. That will exclude many of those same target diversity groups that the policy purports to champion. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you both so very much for being here. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, Lee and Maria. It's great to see you here, and I appreciate this. When staff first talked about looking at the naming process, my first thought was on gender equity. That was probably the biggest concern I had in terms of the, at the time, the current process, and that there just wasn't any opportunity to bring more recognition. And as you said, more than 50% of the population. So I appreciate that. So you're willing to work with the city on this?
Most definitely, yes. Yeah. As we said, we have a list. We've been working on this for several years. So we're happy to share the results of our research. And as I also said, that we do vet the people who are nominated. Perhaps not quite as much as is required in this policy, but pretty close. Right?
I'll be talking to staff after. Oh, do you want to say something?
Oh, can I just add one other thing? We actually went out and approached other organizations, and they're willing to form a coalition. So it won't just be our organization. We're looking at having probably 10 to 20 other organizations who have access to, again, getting the names of people, doing the research, so that at the end of the day, you don't get 50 applications for the same person, that maybe we can streamline it a little bit better and provide the resources to help out the city.
Yeah, appreciate that. And you mentioned about more vulnerable communities where there's leadership that doesn't get recognized. So that's an opportunity. I want to thank your group for what you've done already in terms of recognizing women with your own award ceremony. It was very well done, and appreciate it. I should mention that Diane Deans was part of the last one, and that was her last public appearance that I saw her. So that was very special. So thank you for all you do on that, taking that initiative. Appreciate it. And I like your suggestion about the gender equity of the panel. So that's a good start. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillère Plante.
Yes, thank you so much for being here. I just went on your website, and I'm going to spend a lot of time now reading about these very distinguished women that you've honored in our community. And if I could right now, I'd like to nominate some people sitting around this horseshoe, some people in the audience. There's a lot of amazing women in my community, especially. I did have a question though. Can you just maybe elaborate a bit more about the administrative burden it is sometimes to nominate someone? And I'm going to give you two anecdotes. So before I was elected to office, I did the Annie Putaguk Park in Sandy Hill, and it was during COVID. Dan, I know you probably have shivers here because it was a long process for that. But it was just a lot of paperwork. And I just remember thinking, no wonder people get discouraged, because you got to get letters of reference, and you have to do a lot of background checks. And, this is why, for example, my husband likes to cite like the Order of Canada is like overwhelmingly lawyers, because they have a lot of time to write and to make arguments about things. The other one, and it is the wonderful Walter Baker Center, I believe was in Councillor Hill's ward. I didn't know that his wife was also equally as impressive. And I was I always thought, oh, why do we not name it the Walter and Joyce Baker Center? Because she, raised those kids. There was 5 of them, and she was obviously a huge part of his success as well. So I guess there's not really much of a question beyond the administrative part that you very clearly outlined, and I think is important to highlight. Thank you.
Thank you for your interest, and we would be delighted to receive any nominations from you or any of the other councillors. Or, one of the biggest challenges is to get the word out into the different communities, because we all have our networks, and the concern is that it's only my network that will hear about it. But we'd like to spread the word and have more nominations across the board. This is supposed to be a diverse organization, and we really, really try to be inclusive on that. Both the members of our group and people who support us. You're concerned about administration. Yeah, that's the biggest hurdle we have. I mean, second hurdle. First is getting the word out there, and the second one is we ask people to nominate, and they say, "Oh yeah, well, I can't." We say they're lazy, but it's not being lazy. It's being just overwhelmed by the work. And I say, it's not that hard. So we try to push them, but it is an effort. It is an effort. And that's one of the concerns I have with this report and the process that you have. You're again going to have, I hate to say the entitled, but there's certain group that are already into it, and you're going to miss a lot of people. And so keep it simple. And I know that Councillor Dudas is a communications expert. She can say, how do we communicate this to the community and keep it simple so that we will get that representation? And that is the challenge for the working group, quite frankly.
Yeah, and I just wanted to tell you, we are looking at a commemoration in venue for Mary Papazzi, who was part of the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And when this finally all gets sorted, I would love to have you guys come to the renaming ceremony, because I definitely think, she didn't cure cancer, but she's absolutely someone who made her mark on the community, is part of our Canadian history, as scattered as that is and as complicated as that is. And she's someone who's worthy of having her name on our city amenities, in my view. So thank you so much.
I just want to add one thing, and I'm sorry if this is a stereotype, but it's one of our dilemmas, and that is often women do not want to be recognized because they feel they need to be humble. And that's something that we have to look at and change the narrative, because it's really about the history. We keep going back to the history. Unless we put the history out there, a lot of young women aren't going to appreciate what women have done in this community. And they've got the fire. Let's not burn it out. Let them, I keep saying, forget about breaking glass ceilings. Let's remove them. We could do it, and we can do it collectively. So, whatever capacity we can help out, albeit not financial, because we are all volunteers and we receive no funding. We will be there. We've got a long list of people who are anxious. And by the way, we have men and women. So this isn't a gender issue in the sense of making it work. We're all wanting to reach out to in terms of equity. And again, diversity. If you look on our site, you will see the diversity of the women that we've honored. And that is one of our priority. Diversity, Francophone, women. Indigenous, yeah, we just honored 2 Indigenous women at our last event, and it was beautiful. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Maria and Lee, for being here and for your willingness to continue to volunteer your time, not just for the community, but also to the city. And we will take you up on that, I'm sure of it. We do have another delegation, Jonathan Paquette, who I understand is online. I see you, Jonathan. You have 5 minutes.
Très bien, bonjour tout le monde. Alors, mon nom est... Vous m'entendez bien, oui? Vous m'entendez bien?
J'écoute.
OK, très bien. Alors, mon nom est Jonathan Paquette. Je suis professeur à l'Université d'Ottawa, où j'ai une chaire de recherche dans le domaine donc, des politiques du patrimoine culturel. Je suis également le président du conseil d'administration d'un très beau musée d'Ottawa, le musée au parc Vanier, que je vous invite tous et toutes à visiter, une magnifique petite institution. Et j'ai été de près un peu impliqué auprès du groupe informel sur le développement donc de la politique aux côtés de Lynn White Duck. Aujourd'hui, je vais juste dire un ou deux mots sur la politique elle-même, donc un peu une réflexion sur sa démarche, sur ses principes et sur ce qu'elle apporte, à mon sens, à la ville d'Ottawa. Peut-être que le plus grand défi quand on fait une politique comme ça aujourd'hui sur le patrimoine, c'est de penser, bon, à différents enjeux. De tous les domaines des arts au patrimoine, l'élément le plus sulfureux, je dirais, le plus généralement le plus complexe, c'est quand on aborde les politiques de commémoration. C'est celle-ci qui, généralement, suscite le plus de passion. Et comment, dans une politique municipale, peut-on éviter, d'une part, l'écueil d'une vision passiste qui serait jugée ne pas être au diapason de l'évolution de ligne du temps, mais aussi comment éviter l'écueil et le défi peut-être de devenir un peu un site de revendications constantes. Donc, comment faire des équilibres? Comment élever le débat sur sur la commémoration quand on est une administration municipale? Alors ça, c'est tout un défi et à mon avis, la politique relève bien ces différents enjeux, est capable de naviguer entre les deux tensions et de proposer une vision du patrimoine qui est, à mon avis, très sereine. J'ai pu témoigner qu'il y a eu beaucoup de consultations, beaucoup de groupes. On a fait énormément appel dans ce comité et c'est ce qu'en témoignent les résultats à différents groupes, différentes communautés. Les enjeux de représentation étaient très importants. Comme il a été présenté aussi, toute la question donc des commémorations contentieuses. Alors ça a été un élément important. On n'a pas voulu, dans le travail du comité, éviter le débat. On a plutôt décidé d'en faire un sous-comité et on a rassemblé des gens de différentes perspectives, avec les perspectives les plus variées. Et je peux vous dire, pour avoir participé à de nombreux débats sur les commémorations, que malgré la très grande diversité des points de vue, le fruit de la réflexion, en fait, le travail a pu mener à une perspective qui était un peu plus consensuelle. C'est-à-dire que les gens ont été capables de dégager des principes minimaux qu'ils jugeaient corrects, peu importe leur vision du patrimoine. Et ça, je crois que c'est un effort qui doit être salué. À mon avis, on doit un peu commencer à repenser comment on commémore. Les commémorations, pendant longtemps, on a pensé au caractère héroïque des moments, des événements, de créer des héros. Mais peut-être qu'aujourd'hui, pour mieux refléter nos temps, ce qu'il nous faut, c'est une logique de la commémoration qui est beaucoup plus près de l'éducation du patrimoine. De commémorer euh, pour être en contact avec notre histoire, pour renouer des liens avec des moments, avec des personnages qui ont été marquants pour Ottawa, plutôt que de soi-même. Alors, je dis pas il faille pas avoir de fierté pour nos moments ou pour certains personnages, mais peut-être qu'il faut changer le langage, la manière d'aborder le patrimoine. Et je pense que la politique ici proposée est très intelligente et a beaucoup des ingrédients qui vont permettre d'avoir des discussions, des réflexions très sereines sur des enjeux qui sont parfois difficiles. Je dois apprécier aussi le caractère les enjeux de proportionnalité, l'importance du territoire qui est mis de l'avant dans cette mouture de la politique. Et enfin, à mon avis, ce qui est très important, et ce, tant pour les gens qui seront appelés à l'administrer que pour les citoyens, donc on doit faire un peu un travail d'éducation à mon sens, c'est que une ville comme Ottawa, notre territoire ici, c'est un endroit, un territoire où il y a beaucoup de producteurs de patrimoine. La Commission de la capitale nationale, le gouvernement fédéral, le gouvernement provincial. Donc, il y a une multiplicité de producteurs. Comment trouver la voie idéale pour la ville d'Ottawa? Il faut toujours rappeler ça, je crois, constamment dans l'administration de la politique, que ce soit clair pour les décideurs et clair pour les citoyens, que si on a à prioriser, ben on priorise des histoires locales, on priorise la voie d'Ottawa. Et c'est comme ça, à mon avis, que la politique propose un territoire d'action, des pistes d'action qui nous permettent d'éviter en fait certains écueils qu'on retrouve aujourd'hui quand on pense aux politiques de commémoration. Alors, je vous remercie. C'est une politique que je salue et que je trouve bien avisée.
Merci, Monsieur Paquette. Il y a une question pour vous comme conseiller Plante.
Bonjour, Monsieur Paquette, bienvenue. Je suis entièrement d'accord avec vous. J'ai toujours eu la position que les noms que portent nos rues, nos parcs, c'est un peu comme un musée. Ça devrait parler un peu de l'histoire du territoire et des gens qui ont vécu là. J'avais deux questions. Pourquoi pensez-vous qu'au côté francophone, on fait une meilleure job de faire des commémorations, que ce soit Guy Lafleur, René Lévesque, Alexandre Taché, que dans les parties anglophones? Non, je suis sérieux là. C'est une question que même en Europe, si tu vas en France ou en Suisse, ils font beaucoup plus de commémorations côté francophone que dans les parties alémaniques ou ailleurs. On a vu récemment aussi qu'il y avait beaucoup de controverses à Toronto. Ils veulent, je pense que c'est Dundas Square et Dufferin, je pense qu'ils voulaient renommer. Est-ce que cette discussion des controverses n'ont pas eu lieu au niveau comité? Comme pourquoi est-ce qu'il y a tellement de controverses à Toronto avec ces changements-là versus ailleurs? Merci.
Peut-être pour répondre à vos questions, peut-être pour commencer par la première. Alors, à mon avis, bon, il y a différentes cultures de commémoration, il y a différentes formes d'attachement. Je pense que c'est peut-être qu'il y a différents dialogues. Moi, je suis convaincu que la politique qui est proposée, c'est abreuvé, en fait, de différentes idées, de différentes traditions. Et on a eu donc un peu une perspective francophone, aussi bien qu'une perspective anglophone, celle des Premières Nations, de la nation haute. Donc, tout ça, je pense que ça a alimenté beaucoup la politique. Le reste, ben là, ce sera peut-être le fruit d'une analyse plus poussée. Pour ce qui est de, moi, bon, là, je vais répondre, mais je le réponds de façon très personnelle. Quelque chose comme Sankofa Square, à mon avis, a très peu de sens. Mais je le réponds de façon très personnelle. Je pense qu'on doit faire, la diversité, elle est dans le territoire et c'est aux villes, je crois, de se retourner vers les gens qui occupent le territoire, qui ont marqué l'histoire et d'en faire une fenêtre plutôt que de se tourner. Alors, à mon avis, ça, c'est beaucoup plus un faux pas. Et je pense que le comité a été très prudent dans son travail, a entendu tous les points de vue, mais des points de vue très différents, puis arriver avec des propositions, des pistes d'action qui sont, à mon avis, très prudentes, mais aussi qui sont garantes d'un discours sur ces questions qui seront beaucoup plus sereins, à mon avis. Alors, je ne sais pas si j'ai bien répondu à vos questions.
Oui, et je voulais juste aussi vous féliciter avec tout le beau travail que vous faites au musée au parc. On est en train de regarder une commémoration pour l'historique des Noirs dans mon quartier sur le chemin Besserer et ils étaient vraiment inspirés par les pancartes que vous avez avec les codes QR. Alors, félicitations, merci d'être ici aujourd'hui et I also want to give a shout out. Everybody should go to the musée au parc. It's a wonderful, wonderful gem. You were there recently also for the Maple Festival. So, merci beaucoup, Jonathan. Merci pour tout ton travail.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Paquette, pour votre présentation. And bonne journée. And I have to concur, the Museo Park was amazing. It was lovely. I'd highly recommend stopping by and visiting it, particularly during Sugar Shack season. It's a bone. We're talking about pierogies and Sugar Shack maple syrup. It's that kind of meeting today. We have no further delegations at this time. We are going to go to questions to staff, but first I'm going to ask Councillor Johnson to read in her direction. I believe it's a direction.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is being moved by Councillor Bradley on my behalf or submitted. That Recreation, Cultural and Facility Services Department staff, as part of the annual reporting on the commemorative naming program, outline progress on the programs that represent equity denied community as described in the report: women, gender diverse, racialized, differently abled, francophone and linguistic minority, and First Nations, Inuit, and Métis voices.
Okay, and that is being moved on your behalf by Vice Chair Bradley. Are staff amenable to accepting this direction?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much, Councillor Johnson, by way of Vice Chair Bradley. Now we have an opportunity to ask any questions of staff. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much. So just a few questions with respect to processing costs. So I really appreciate that we're going to be putting this into the community's hands. And you can see from the report the extensive work that you've done to embed this next process in community, which I think is very commendable. But I wonder, are there going to be any aspects of an individual that are like a no-go from the city's perspective? Like, you know, especially when we're looking at people historically, you know, whether they have a history of, you know, any kind of ism or, you know, I don't need to list all the ways that people can have, you know, aspects of their behavior that are perhaps less ideal, or is that going to be put completely to the group to decide?
Chair, it is the intent to put it to the group to decide. The current process that we have was problematic, as most of you knew. That process involved getting a criminal reference check and other such things that often brought up aspects of someone's life that were distant, irrelevant, and certainly didn't overshadow whatever accomplishments they made in terms of why they were being recognized. So the intent really is to create an evidence-based process and I'm mindful of the delegation's comments about onerous process. The process that we inherited back in 2016 from the clerk's office really was trying to strike a balance between evidence and understanding what the city was going to honor on its facilities so that there were no surprises. And I take the message that we need to find a balance between being thorough and evidence-based and not making the process too onerous. So we haven't released the process yet. We're still in anticipation of this being approved by council. We're still working on the implementation piece of that, and that is a takeaway. But to answer the basis of the question, there is no list of things that would disqualify people. Obviously, the committee would look at the entirety of the person and make a recommendation based on that.
Okay, and similarly, it will be up to the sort of community group to identify how within their own self-governance a person is put forward for recommendation. Like there's no like 66% of people say yes and they go through or whatever.
There are no such rules, no.
Okay. All right, that'll be interesting. I mean, I'm certainly interested in the idea of self-governance, but I'll be interested to see how that group reports back their success or their challenges with that. I don't suggest that the city needs to be the one to solve for that, though. I think what we're trying to do here is really nice. The other question I had was, you know, with the idea of cost sharing with a community group or the proponent for the application. Are we introducing a barrier for certain groups who might not be able to afford this type of process? And do we have a fund, or are we imagining a fund that could offset costs that could help us reach our equity-seeking ambitions here?
Chair, obviously free is always the lowest barrier. However, we are trying to strike a balance between a program that with the current funding, which is just under $20,000, we really can only afford to do 3 or 4 commemorations a year, which certainly doesn't meet the demand that we're getting. Our benchmarking shows that most municipalities have introduced either 100%, the nominator pays, or a hybrid like we are proposing. Staff did go out and do quite a bit of research in terms of how we could bring the cost down. Street naming commemorations will still be free. We have brought down the price of the smaller neighborhood commemorations, which make them affordable. And we're also looking at the opportunity that groups can take some time to fundraise. I mean, an approval in principle, much like we do with our other partnership programs, is that if groups want to fundraise to do this, we can give them time to implement it and make that happen. And then the last piece of this is that there is, and I'm mentioning this because it currently happens a lot, is that there is a component of the more expensive nominations, commemorations rather, notably the big city facilities or parks, where what drives up the cost is actually changing the facility signage. And that part of it is cash in lieu of parkland eligible. And what we're finding now is that often councillors are using the CIL fund to supplement and make it possible. And this would reduce the overall cost in some cases.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much. Those are strong answers to my questions, and thank you for accepting the direction. I know one of the challenges, of course, will be that we can only, or the community vetting group can only approve those names that are submitted, and so to have mandated targets might be challenging. But over time, as we're increasing the outreach and with the annual reporting on those metrics, I think we'll be able to refocus our outreach on where we need to, and perhaps through groups like the delegation and other groups that can't be here today, we can do more to bring that diversity forward. So again, really just want to thank your team, Mr. Chenier, for you're putting some power and control into the hands of the community to oversee something like this. I think that's something that we're often looking at from city departments, is to try something with the community in mind and a community-centered approach, and then find out, and maybe after a bit of evidence is collected, whether it's working or whether it's not, versus the traditional kind of risk-adverse approach. So I just wanted to appreciate you putting forward a report that looks like this, and we'll revisit in a year and see how it all shakes out. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor King, you're next.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And just briefly, I wanted to thank Councillor Johnson for the direction. I think it is important for us to have measurements in order to determine our success. I think we heard from delegations that that they want to see more equity across the board in terms of these commemorations, and that would be a very powerful tool for both committee and council to receive information as to progress. So I'm very appreciative of that. I had a question, and it's also, I think, reflects the line of discussion that was advanced by the delegation around the application process being streamlined. And I know that you had just said that you are working on it, but I am still interested on whether you could elaborate on how the application process can be streamlined.
Thank you, Chair. So we're really, in terms of the evidence that we're requesting, it's based on one of the guiding principles of the municipal commemoration policy. So some of the things you'll see put forward in the policy is we're looking for some sort of evidence to really back it so that the departmental working group can really assess it on its true merit. So, we'll be opening up an application process that will be a little more public than it has in the past. We used to just receive them kind of ad hoc through the year, and it was not publicized in any way. It was just a program that lived on ottawa.ca. So we'll be doing more emphasis on kind of getting the word out to the community to let them know that the application process is open. Once all the applications are submitted, we'll be able to vet through them, check with emergency services, look with our partners within the city to make sure that everything is okay from an emergency preparedness perspective, from a wayfinding perspective. Once we have all the documentation in place, we'll be passing it on to whether it's the Anishinaabe Algonquin Consultative Circle for Indigenous applications or to the departmental working group. They'll be able to review that information, provide any comments, and provide some sort of prioritization. From there, depending if it's a minor or a major asset, either it would go to the GM and there would be a discussion with the ward councillor and the community association to make sure there's concurrence. And if it's a major asset, it would still proceed to council for approval, committee and council for approval.
I appreciate you outlining that process, and I appreciate that we have this report in front of us that clearly outlines a process, because that had been a challenge in the past. And I'm also pleased that according to the report, we'll see application periods opening up in the fall. Because I think with the review, as we know, there was a backlog of interest in terms of applications. I'm looking at my colleague, Councillor Plot. I know, she has some requests, and I know that I have had some requests in my community, specifically to recognize the contributions, the historical contributions of the Indigenous community. So I'm also really gratified to see that there is really a path to addressing historical inequalities in this report, especially concerning equity-seeking groups, and also most importantly concerning the Indigenous community, and especially the Algonquin and Anishinaabe host nation. So really appreciative of the report before us, and looking forward to that application process opening up in the fall. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Councillor King. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you for bringing this forward. As you know, I had been the liaison on women and gender equity, and that's what really got to me, was that there was just nothing in place to encourage seeing more, if we're doing naming of promoting women's names we have some amazing candidates out there. And as we've heard from community members, this is very possible. Now, you're basically working with what names you get that get submitted. But how do we encourage gender equity?
Chair, as Katie was mentioning, this program was a relatively static program. It lived on Ottawa.ca, but we did not promote it. With the relaunch of the new program, it is our intent to reach out and to publicize not only that the program exists, but the new features of the program, and to encourage. And I'm happy to hear from the delegation they're willing to work with us to help promote that. But throughout the consultation in this process, many groups have come forward and identified an interest. And I think there is an opportunity to really create a web in the community of this new information, the new criteria, and perhaps it's an unfounded fear, but we may end up getting a lot of applications at this point, which we would welcome, because I think there is a process that, this is a moving forward program that I think if we make it more sustainable will allow us to process more. So we're happy to not only launch this, but to actually put an emphasis on the new criteria and principles that Council eventually approves.
Thank you. Since we have control over who's on the panel, can we have that as gender equity?
I don't see an issue with that. I think that is one of the lenses that our team will look at, and I think we will be very mindful of that in putting together the team.
Can I put a motion forward to that we have gender equity for our panel?
We'd accept it as a motion or a direction to staff. We don't
Direction.
have an issue with either one.
Okay. If I can do that, a direction to staff that we have gender equity for the panel for the naming process. Sorry, I don't have wording, but is that okay? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Always relying on clerks. I have been working actually with the consultative circle and looking at possibilities in my ward. And it was a wonderful experience, by the way, our First Nation hosts. But they only meet every 2 or 3 months. And so I think people should be aware of that, that they're not on call or anything. So just, in terms of the timing of the issues, and I really appreciate that we're working very closely with the First Nation hosts of our area. But just wanted to get your comment on that, because there's lots of opportunities, and I appreciate moving away from just names of people, but also just using culturally appropriate names of the Anishinaabe language.
Chair, the council brings up a good point, and we are going to align. What will help is creating 2 applications per year with cohorts of bringing together, so that we're not under the current system where they come in randomly and continuously. It would have been very hard with the circle. We now know that in the fall and in the spring, we will have work for them to do. And so we can align what we do with their meetings, so that it is a kind of something that meshes in very well. So, I mean, there will be a first time and there may be hiccups, but we think that there is an alignment here that'll work.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to point that out because I've been working through the process, and it's wonderful, but it just the timing, it should be pointed out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. And I believe clerk staff is just putting together a bit of a direction capturing what you want, and they'll circulate it to, and we'll have it by the end. Thank you for your indulgence, everyone. I don't know what's going on, choking today too. Councillor DeRoche.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, staff, for the presentation. I was reticent about this review, and I'm still concerned about the process that we've put in place. And I think to some extent it depends on where you live in the city in terms of what we're doing to find some balance in terms of some of the names. And obviously in the older parts, we don't have that balance, but I think we're moving in the right directions in the new communities, partly because we have a lot of new streets and a lot of new parks. And it does take some work working with the community to come up with names that have some connection. I'm very proud in my ward that we have places like Claudette Kane, Helen Rapp, the first Women Veterans Street, Joan O'Malley, Gus Est was a Korean War veteran, Glenroy Gilbert, Sue Holloway. So I do think it takes some work on behalf of the councillor to identify those opportunities in the respective wards, and work with the community on names to come forward. So I'm pleased to hear there's groups interested in doing that. Is there anything, Mr. Chenier, that would prevent? So, for example, in the case of Gus Est, Korean War veteran, we took a street that I think was called, I don't remember what it was called. It had really no historical value. It was named after the street. And the community was quite happy to change the name because it didn't have a lot of connection. So this policy would apply to potentially parks that are older, that city councilor could change the name of that park if they wanted to. Not just new parks.
There is a provision for renaming, and we did, in fact, one of the stumbling blocks we get is many of the parks are commemoratively named after the street that they're on. And we have specified in this policy that where that is the case, the park name will not be considered commemorative just because it's adjacent to a street that is. And I think that will open up and facilitate being able to rename parks with their own individual names.
Yeah, and to me, I'm glad to hear that, because I think obviously it's extremely challenging to change a street name because people have their addresses and what have you. But again, if there's just a generic name that's named after the street, to me, there's lots of opportunities right across the city. It's not just in the suburban communities. I'm also pleased with the delegation that they're pushing us. I hope they continue to push the school boards as well. They're doing, I think, a decent job of commemorative naming, whether that be for Franco-Ontarians, Jonathan Pitre, Michel Dupuis in my neck of the woods, Mino Meekin School that's going to be opening in Finlay Creek. So it's not just the city of Ottawa, and I hope they talk to the NCC as well. Like, I don't see why we have the Bruce Pit or the Conroy Pit. There's lots of assets that the federal government owns that I think are public facing that could fit the bill. And I think that's what kind of creates that impression of a very diverse city when you have kind of all the jurisdictions kind of moving in that direction, not just the city of Ottawa. So I think that's part of how we get to that balance is having our partners beside us there doing work. I want to ask about our veterans commemorative naming that we do every year for the Remembrance Week, Mr. Chenier. That's going to continue. I hope it's important. It's popular. I think it's in the nation's interest that we continue to do that, and I hope that's still going to be a part of this program.
Chair, yes, the Office of Protocol is lead on that, and we have specifically made the allowances with this policy that there will be no change.
Okay. Two more questions. So on non-personal names. So in my ward, we've had like Nimick Park, which was named after a satellite. We've had Slattery's Field, which was a historic field where the first flight took place. We had the Vimy Memorial Bridge. How are these covered in this policy, that you've got some local or national significant names that I think are certainly important and part of the mix? And how are they covered off under this policy?
Chair, the policy opens up the possibility for events of significance so that, and we're moving away from just individuals in the current policy. So there is opportunity now for two things. One is for events, things that are beyond individuals or groups. But there is also in this policy a tie into a process so that non-commemorative names of any kind can be submitted and considered as part of this as well. There's no funding. That will require a separate source of funding for those. But the policy does open up two new avenues that didn't exist before.
Okay. And just lastly, on the assets that would be subject to this, I agree with the delegation that, you want some names to be tied to significant assets. But also we have some assets that I think that are coming online. They're multi-use pathways that are going to be enabled as part of the LRT. We've got some fantastic stormwater facilities, which doesn't sound glamorous, but these are beautiful facilities that we're building in the community. I think they're very deserving opportunities for naming. So would the policy cover those opportunities as well, again, so that we can have a really broad application of commemorative naming?
Chair, yes, we have listed as many of the more common commemoratively named assets in the report, primarily for the purpose of classifying between major and minor assets. But the policy also delegates authority for us to add, if there is something there something that isn't there that we want to commemorate, we do have the ability to add it through delegated authority, and to classify it as either minor or major, whatever the case being. So there is provision, Councillor, to expand on the list, if you will, without coming back to council.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Councillor Troster.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much, Chair. And I'm sorry I was late. I was at my daughter's graduation. Not right now, honey. Okay, just a minute. Welcome to Slice of Reality. My question is, the policy, to my understanding, does provide provisions for renaming in situations where an asset is identified as needing to be renamed for whatever reason. But the question is there any process in place for an environmental scan of existing assets to identify whether there might be names there that are offensive to the community or outdated in some way? The reason I ask is, we've seen a wave of protests that have involved all over the country and internationally, toppling monuments, changing names. There was incredible actions to rename what is now the Kitchi Zibi Mikan, and that was Indigenous communities that led that. Is there any way to be proactively looking at those names, or is that not something that this policy considers?
Chair, this is not something considered in this policy. As I identified, this is really a policy that looks at taking in new. Now, if somebody identified one of those names for renaming, this policy would apply, but there is no internal process to systematically look at what things are currently named, doing analysis and bringing forward recommendations. If it was the will of council, I think that would take resourcing and a different policy to provide some guidelines in terms of that. So no, this policy does not go that far.
Okay, thank you so much. So what is the process if a person or an individual identifies a name of a city asset as being problematic? what steps do they take and how does staff consider that?
It would essentially be a renaming application where they would select a park, a street, a whatever it might be, and recommend that it be named something different. And then the process outlined in the policy is that we would treat that as a commemorative naming application, take it to the committee, formulate recommendations, and depending on those recommendations, take them to committee and council, or do further investigation in some cases to validate, identify those kinds of things. So that would be the process.
Okay, so you're suggesting that if someone identifies a name as being problematic, they need to suggest a new name for it to be considered by staff. There's no kind of reporting mechanism simply to lodge a complaint or to identify a potentially problematic name?
Not under this policy. This is simply a policy to do commemorative namings. It is not to revise, to proactively revise or to receive complaints. I suspect that the avenue that I've talked about might be one where we engage in that debate. And you know, this may be identifying a need for another process at the city to look at those things. We did not go that far in this policy because firstly, time was of the essence. We were trying to relaunch the commemorative naming policy. And I suspect that the benchmarking and the amount of work to create a policy that you're referring to would probably be a whole lot different line of inquiry in terms of what's out there and how they're doing it.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I completely understand. I think for now, if any residents are watching, I think the first step would be to talk to your city councilor if you think that there's something in your ward that's problematic so that we can help, you know, guide residents towards a renaming process if that's something they're interested in. So thank you. And I really appreciate the thought that went into this. And I also really appreciate both Councillor Johnson's direction and also Councillor Kavanaugh. I think it's really important as we review and relaunch this process to keep those equity considerations in mind. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Troster, and you segued nicely. Before we go to our next question, I am going to ask Councillor Kavanaugh to read in her direction that is now available and see if staff are amenable to accepting it.
Thank you. Is it going on screen? Thank you.
It is.
Okay. That Recreation, Culture and Facility Service staff consider gender equity when appointing the membership of the Commemoration Policy Working Group.
Chair, staff fully accept that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Plante.
Merci beaucoup. I'll just sort of repeat in English what I said earlier in French. And like as Francophones, we love to name things, especially after someone passes away. They just renamed a whole highway after Guy Lafleur a year ago. We have hyphenated last names, like we have 2 last names. We often give our children 2 first names. It's our bag. So if anybody ever wants to talk about this issue, I'm totally open because it's something we're very, very good at. The license plate even says Je me souviens in Quebec because we do want to remember the people who came before and commemorate them accordingly. I just had sort of 3 points, Dan, and you didn't bring it up, but I just wanted to point out too, because we do have a lot of streets downtown that do carry the same names as the park. So like Bessemer Street, Bessemer Park, Amol Street, Amol Park. And I was actually told by Emergency Management Service that changing the names makes it easier for them if ever they do get a call to some of these areas. So there is sort of an administrative reason to start the process and engage with your communities. It is helpful, especially in areas like ours where we do have a lot of calls for ambulance. I'm not sure if this is the right committee for this one, but we did talk about the commemorative tree policy earlier in the week. And I'm not sure if it's Dan that I need to speak to you about this, but we do have a lot of obviously lower income people where this kind of stuff would be prohibited. So maybe before council, if we could just have a conversation about creating some sort of fund for people who would like to do some commemoration, whether it is the tree or anything else, and then where funding is an issue. I know you talked about the fundraising, but sometimes, for example, if you're dying of an overdose, you've alienated your family, you don't have a lot of friends, you know, you're in circumstances in your life where you're worthy of commemorations, but your finances don't allow for it. So maybe we can have that conversation offline. And then the last question I had is, you did mention that there was a lot of people who had reached out since we paused the policy about renaming. Is it possible, because I'm suspecting we're going to have an avalanche of requests, that we maybe do have some sort of 2-week window where people who wanted to apply earlier can just kind of get their applications in before the new system comes in? Because I do worry there will be a lot of people who are trying to play catch up, and it'll be very difficult for staff. So is that something maybe you're willing to consider?
I'll take it away and talk to staff about it, Councillor. I don't know the implications of saying yes or no. So I'd like to take it away, and perhaps we can chat offline to figure out if that's doable.
I will send you a Teams message. Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Chair.
Derrière. I am not seeing any further questions. Thank you very much to staff for this. Is this item carried? Wonderful. We have 6.2, which is the Vanier Cultural and Action Cultural Revitalization Plan. We have a number of delegations. We also have the inquiry that was held for Councillor Hill. But noting it is noon and everybody probably could use a quick break, I'm going to suggest that we take a break for 10 minutes. So we'll resume at 12:10 and then dig into the rest of the meat of the meeting. So back at 12:10, everyone. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Alors,
I
merci beaucoup. Maintenant, j'aimerais vous dire que nous avons à peine le quorum. Alors, pourriez-vous reprendre place? Les personnes donc en ligne, pourriez-vous donc allumer vos caméras pour qu'on puisse assurer le quorum? On va maintenant passer au point 6.2. Alors, de revitalisation culturelle, Vanier Culture en action. On n'a pas de présentation, mais je demandais à Dan Chénier finalement de nous donner un aperçu de cette question. Ensuite, on a plusieurs délégations qu'on va entendre. À vous, Dan.
Du comité. Avec moi aujourd'hui est Tom Radford. Tom a travaillé le dossier directement, alors il est ici pour aider à répondre à vos questions. On est ravis d'être ici aujourd'hui pour vous présenter Vanier en action, un projet qui date de 2019, quand on a commencé. C'est un des projets qui a traversé la pandémie et qui, en fait, le timing a été un peu influencé par le fait qu'on a perdu un peu de temps durant la pandémie. Members of committee, delighted to be
Alors,
here.
pour les membres du comité, je suis ravi d'être là. C'est un projet sur lequel on travaille avec la collectivité, avec le quartier. Alors, le fondement de ce projet, ou l'objectif de ce projet, c'était donc de créer une connexion à long terme avec les habitants de Vanier et utiliser la culture comme moyen de dynamiser, de redynamiser la culture de Vanier. On voulait tirer profit d'une collectivité culturelle très dynamique déjà. Alors, en fin de compte,
39 actions that
nous
all
avons 9 objectifs et 39 actions qui visent notre objectif. Ce projet s'inspire de d'autres initiatives culturelles qui ont bien fonctionné à Soho, à New York et d'autres localités de la sorte. Tous ces projets étaient basés sur la culture pour le développement économique et culturel. Alors, 39 actions, quand j'ai vu le travail de la collectivité et de la ville là-dessus, il y avait 193 idées qui avaient été présentées. Alors, ça témoigne de l'implication des résidents du quartier, de la communauté, mais ça indique également les possibilités qui existent. Les 39 actions sont en fait une synthèse de ce qu'on compte faire. Mais en fin de compte, il y a beaucoup d'idées finalement qui sont des voies à explorer. Et je vous dis cela parce que c'est un programme sur 10 ans qu'on propose. Il y a des objectifs à court terme, à moyen terme et à long terme également. Nous les définissons dans le rapport les 2 prochaines années, les 5 prochaines années, les 10 prochaines années. Alors, ça veut dire, comme on a fait dans le cadre de d'autres stratégies culturelles précédentes, qu'on ne demande pas donc un investissement massif dès le départ. On demande une approbation en principe pour qu'on puisse aller travailler avec la collectivité pour voir combien vont coûter les projets, quels seront les projets en fait. Si vous avez regardé les 39 actions, alors beaucoup de ces actions sont réalisables en utilisant les ressources actuelles. On a déjà mené à bien 2 actions déjà et les autres sont en cours. Nous avons un financement culturel pour les projets dans lesquels on pourrait puiser pendant les années à venir. Nous avons l'accord des départements municipaux, à savoir quand le rapport sera adopté, je l'espère, alors les départements s'engagent à l'intégrer dans leur plan de travail. Ça ne veut pas dire qu'on n'aura pas besoin de ressources supplémentaires. C'est probable dans certains cas. Et au fil des années, on va certainement recenser les projets qui ne peuvent pas être menés à bien faute de ressources. Et on va s'y attaquer en temps et lieu. Alors ça, c'est le contexte, une mise en contexte, si vous voulez, dont je voulais vous parler aujourd'hui. Et ensuite, il nous ferait plaisir de répondre à toutes vos questions après avoir entendu les délégations. Merci beaucoup, Dan. On va passer passer directement aux délégations. La première délégation, Diane Reardon. Alors, pouvez-vous donc vous installer au microphone? Vous avez 5 minutes.
OK, pardon. Alors, bon après-midi. Je suis Diane Reardon. Je viens, il n'y a pas tellement longtemps, j'ai accepté de présider le groupe de travail qui finalement va tenter de réaliser toutes les activités qu'on suggère dans la nouvelle stratégie de Vanier en culture. Je me rends compte qu'il y a des gens qui cherchent un budget, qui cherchent des chiffres. Mais je dois vous avouer que ça a été une décision du comité, du groupe de travail, de ne pas mettre de chiffres tout de suite. Tout simplement, c'est qu'on veut s'assurer que la ville et les partenaires de la communauté de Vanier comprennent l'approche. Qui veut dire que finalement, c'est que nous allons identifier des projets, nous allons travailler de très près avec la ville. Ça ne sera pas Vanier seul, ça ne sera pas la ville d'Ottawa seule. Non, c'est une collaboration. Je dois vous avouer que j'ai fait un peu de recherche avec, disons, les sites que M. Chignier a mentionnés. Je suis allée, j'ai vu ce que Limoilou, à l'extérieur de la ville de Québec, a fait avec une approche très semblable. Limoilou est un quartier très semblable à Vanier. C'était un quartier défavorisé. Mais ils ont réussi à mettre sur pied une politique de ce genre. Eux, c'était Limoilou, c'est chez nous. Alors nous, c'est Vanier. Non, mais ce que ça fait la culture souvent, c'est que ça développe ce sentiment d'appartenance qui n'est pas toujours là, hein, à Vanier en ce moment. Moi, j'ai pour mon dire que Vanier, ça devient de plus en plus un mini-Canada avec toutes les questions puis les défis qu'on doit faire face. Ce n'est plus Vanier d'autrefois. Puis je pense qu'il faut bien le comprendre. Maintenant, il est prouvé, il y a de la recherche qui a été faite, qu'une politique culturelle, qu'une approche culturelle, puis ça veut pas dire seulement des murales, mais ça veut dire les arts de la scène, ça veut dire de la musique, de l'animation, des fêtes. Pour les enfants, il y a toute une nouvelle génération qui pousse à Vanier, puis on a besoin vraiment de Vanier culturel. Je suis pas seule aujourd'hui, j'ai des membres de notre délégation qui ont accepté de venir vous parler. Alors, je vais vous passer tout de suite Chris Greenfield, que sans doute vous connaissez. Et on a tous averti Chris, 5 minutes, pas plus. OK? Ensuite, il y a d'autres membres qui vont venir. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Diane, je peux poser une question? Diane? Diane?
Je m'excuse. C'est une question.
Je veux juste te poser quelques questions.
Allez-y,
allez. Oui.
OK. Ouais.
Oui, allez.
Pas trop vite, là.
Non.
Premièrement, j'aimerais vous remercier pour avoir chapeauté le projet. Je peux pas, c'est la personne à le faire. Il n'y a personne d'autre à Vanier qui pourrait le faire. Et merci aussi à ton mari qui a fait beaucoup de bénévolat, qui fait beaucoup de bénévolat.
Oui.
Vous êtes vraiment des leaders dans la communauté et je dis ça avec fierté. Mais je voulais, parce que ça me tient beaucoup à cœur la situation avec les enfants dans mon quartier.
Oui.
Tu sais que ça me préoccupe énormément. Je voulais juste que tu développes un peu tes commentaires que tu avais dit au sujet des enfants à Vanier.
Écoute, j'habite Vanier, je vois les enfants marcher à l'école, revenir de l'école. Je trouve pas qu'il y a suffisamment d'activités pour les jeunes enfants. Les enfants qui vont à l'école, là, disons, là, au niveau primaire. C'est ce que je trouve. Les écoles en font, oui, mais les écoles aussi, ils ont leur programmation, leur curriculum. Il ne faut pas tout se fier sur l'école. Je pense honnêtement que la communauté peut faire quelque chose. Ce week-end, on a fêté le solstice. On avait une petite fête communautaire. Ben, vous seriez surpris comment il y a des petits-enfants qui viennent, puis ils adorent. Puis je pense que c'est ce qu'il faut faire, que ce soit des jeux, que ce soit des sports, mais il faut vraiment intégrer les enfants dans notre communauté. C'est la génération de demain, hein? C'est ce que c'est. C'est pour ça que c'est important. Aussi, il y a un autre point aussi que je n'ai pas développé, mais la relation entre l'économie et la culture, hey, de plus en plus, ça compte, hein? Je ne veux pas vous parler de Taylor Swift, mais laisse-moi dire qu'elle a bien réussi avec sa musique et la culture. Mais je pense que c'est économie et culture, c'est ensemble. Ce n'est plus un luxe, la culture. C'est essentiel. OK. Puis pour les enfants, j'espère que j'ai assez
Oui,
redonné.
oui, et je pense que je veux pas l'admettre non plus parce que je veux avoir mon aréna pour la communauté,
Oui.
mais je pense que c'est fair d'admettre qu'avec la nouvelle génération aussi, ils jouent au soccer, ils jouent au basket.
Oui.
Alors, on a besoin des installations qui répondent à ces nouveaux besoins, cette nouvelle génération.
Ah oui, c'est très important. Si vous allez marcher, venez dans Vanier, OK, là, je sais plus, mais comme au parc riverain, je regarde de voir les jeunes jouer au basketball. Ils sont tous meilleurs que quand moi j'étais jeune. Ils sont bons. Alors, il y a un potentiel fou qu'il faut développer. Ça va? Chris?
Super, merci.
OK.
Merci, Diane. Welcome, Chris.
Bienvenue, Chris Greenfield de l'association communautaire de Vanier.
Présidente, Vanier Community Association is happy to support the staff.
Alors, l'association se fait plaisir d'appuyer la recommandation du personnel municipal à adopter le plan d'action et à mettre sur pied un groupe de travail pour mettre en application ce nouveau plan. On doit confirmer le rôle du groupe directeur de Vanier pour faire la promotion de Vanier. Le nouveau plan sera une autre contribution à la revitalisation de Vanier et on doit s'inspirer de son patrimoine franco-ontarien et faire la promotion de la diversité culturelle. La stratégie doit faire une contribution à la réconciliation. Les résidents de Vanier sont privilégiés de vivre dans une collectivité avec la nation Anishinaabe algonquin et avec d'autres nations et les Inuits. Alors, élaborer cette stratégie, finalement, nous a pris presque 7 ans. Ensemble avec le projet de revitalisation de Montréal, nous avons hâte finalement de nous inspirer de d'autres initiatives également. L'annonce de la ville a acheté l'école La Joie pour en faire un centre communautaire. Finalement, nous sont bien accueillis. Alors, on est content de voir finalement que certaines initiatives sont sur le point d'être lancées pour faire la promotion de la culture à Vanier. Alors ici, je devrais ajouter que nous continuons donc à attendre le retour de notre seul centre de loisirs qui est le centre Grand Maître. Je suis encouragé d'entendre ce que vous avez dit plus tôt aujourd'hui. Alors, les organismes communautaires à Vanier continuent à faire la promotion donc de la culture à Vanier. Alors, il y a plusieurs activités pour le développement économique. Nathalie va vous parler plus tard. Il y a le Centre de services communautaires de Vanier qui offre des programmes pour les jeunes et les adultes. Et le directeur exécutif va aborder cela avec vous. Alors, Nous avons su donc faire d'un stationnement un centre communautaire culturel. Alors, notre association a organisé des événements au nouveau carré de la francophonie de Vanier, par exemple, la fête de la Saint-Jean qui a eu lieu le 24 juin. On préconise maintenant un financement pour une programmation continue en collaboration avec d'autres organismes. Comme on nous a dit, la cabane à sucre a été reconstruite au musée au parc. Il y a également d'autres expositions qui sont importantes pour la revitalisation de Vanier.
Paragraphe 6 du rapport au sujet des conditions de participation que la communauté francophone de Vanier aimerait elle aussi pouvoir contribuer dans le groupe de travail à faire reconnaître et apprécier son riche patrimoine passé et actuel et célébrer sa francophonie vaniéroise dans toute sa diversité. Par exemple, les conditions de participer, selon le rapport, connaissance du paysage culturel de Vanier avec son histoire, ses divers groupes culturels et ses résidences, et aussi, très important, défense du paysage culturel de Vanier, notamment ses divers groupes culturels et ses résidents. Finally, we want to stress the importance.
En dernier lieu, on aimerait mettre l'accent sur l'importance du processus budgétaire municipal pour le financement de plusieurs programmes et initiatives dans le cadre du plan d'action pour assurer sa mise en application. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Chris. Une question de la conseillère Plante?
Yes, thank you so much, Chris. And thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Chris. Merci pour tout le travail que vous faites auprès de l'association communautaire de Vanier. Alors, j'aimerais vous poser une question sérieuse. Je vais vous lire un paragraphe de la décision sur l'armée du salut qui parle de la stratégie culturelle. Alors, ça parle de M. Mugurez qui travaille à la ville, qui était une des personnes qui se fait questionner pendant l'audience. Il a dit qu'il ne croit pas que les refuges, ou plus de refuges à Vanier, auraient un impact sur la collectivité. Il a parlé des améliorations faites par la municipalité à Vanier, y compris donc une stratégie culturelle particulièrement pour les francophones. Je vais être très franche avec vous. Je pense qu'on va l'utiliser à nouveau pour de tels projets à Vanier à l'avenir. Eh bien, c'est une préoccupation qu'on partage. Alors, le logement d'abord, depuis le tout début, a été la priorité pour la collectivité de Vanier. Nous ne croyons pas à la création de ce type de refuge d'urgence. On a déjà eu cette discussion, n'est-ce pas? Clairement, même s'il y a de la construction dans le secteur ouest de Vanier, 2300 nouvelles unités à location. Mais dans le quartier francophone, il est très peu probable qu'il y ait donc de développement immédiat à cause de la refuge d'urgence. L'armée du salut a maintenant refusé de rencontrer la collectivité. Alors, c'est un grand problème. On se penche sur les répercussions, on essaie de tirer des enseignements du projet pilote. Parce que vous savez, la ville vient d'annoncer ce matin 68 millions de dollars sur 3 ans pour contrer les répercussions de tels refuges. Il s'agit de grands défis. Là, nous n'avons pas d'installations sportives à l'intérieur. Nous avons perdu le stade Grand Maître depuis 5 ans. On a fait toutes sortes de propositions à cet égard. C'est une question qui a été soulevée lors de l'audience. Ce sont des arguments qui ont été présentés par la municipalité. Les promoteurs disent clairement qu'ils ne comptent pas investir dans ce genre de contexte. Et il n'y a rien qui se produit depuis. Pour ce qui est donc des espaces vides dans le quartier francophone. Merci beaucoup. Merci Chris d'être des nôtres. Non, je ne vois pas d'autres questions. Alors, c'est une main que vous avez oublié de baisser, Madame la conseillère plante Hélène Caillé, la prochaine personne à parler.
Bienvenue, Helen. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Vous disposez de 5 minutes, Madame.
Ouais. C'est un grand plaisir d'être ici aujourd'hui. Je crois que Action Vanier, c'est quelque chose qu'il faut garder comme un bijou de la ville d'Ottawa. On a des trésors et dans cette communauté francophone et aussi amérindienne. Dans le côté amérindien, on est choyé à Vanier d'avoir des communautés qui viennent de partout du pays. Alors, on a de toutes les nations à Vanier, qui rend une ville, comment est-ce que je pourrais expliquer, qui nous donne encore un atout sur toutes les autres villes parce que vraiment, on a des gens de partout de nos communautés qui vivent ici. Alors, toute leur culture fait juste qu'enrichir ce petit quartier. Il y en a beaucoup qui sont francophones, anglophones, il y en a qui parlent leur langue, alors comme les Inuits et tout ça. Alors, je crois la ville manque de savoir comment procéder avec nos communautés. Je crois qu'on est un petit peu défavorisés dans les façons que vous nous approchez, que la façon que vous nous décrivez dans les documents, la façon que vous nous mettez dans des boîtes qu'on ne respecte pas. Alors, je crois qu'il y a des changements qui devraient être faits, mais entre-temps, moi, je viens juste de communiquer, c'est des gens qui ont communiqué avec moi, qui s'occupent des... je vais commencer à parler en anglais. Cruise lines that are now going to start exploring.
Il y a les lignes de croisière qui vont maintenant offrir des croisières dans le Grand Nord et ils viennent à Ottawa pour parler à nos collectivités autochtones pour nous demander de fabriquer de l'artisanat parce qu'ils veulent acheter cela de nous pour leur paquebot. Ça fait la promotion de notre talent économique qui existe à Vanier. Donc, ces lignes de croisière finalement recrutent notre talent. Je pense que Ottawa passe à côté finalement de l'apport que peut faire notre peuple. Il y a beaucoup à explorer, il y a beaucoup à faire. On a besoin de nouveaux dialogues. On veut les avoir basés sur le respect. Je vous prie. Alors, on doit grandir ensemble. On peut faire tellement de grandes choses ensemble. J'ai travaillé beaucoup avec M. King sur plusieurs questions. Il sait que je suis une femme d'action et que je réalise de grandes choses. Et ça ne peut faire que être bénéfique pour tout le monde. Nous sommes la capitale nationale du pays et on doit profiter des talents de la diversité. Nous sommes les Premières Nations du pays. Arrêtez de dire que vous occupez nos terres. Il va falloir commencer finalement à nous financer. On doit faire cela ensemble. On doit faire en sorte que qu'on appuie les activités en cours. Il y a beaucoup d'activités en cours. Ces activités ne coûtent pas grand-chose et nous devons tout simplement les approfondir ensemble. On doit travailler ensemble également pour les approfondir davantage. La ville a de bonnes ressources dans lesquelles il faut qu'on puise. Merci beaucoup. Merci d'être venu. Je ne vois pas de questions, Megwitch, et on apprécie votre présentation. Merci beaucoup à nouveau. Maintenant, notre prochaine délégation, Marie-André Martel. Veuillez venir au microphone, je vous prie. Cinq minutes, madame.
Bonjour, mon nom est Andréane Martel, je suis la directrice générale du Centre des services communautaires Vanier. Un centre qui est un centre multiservice situé au cœur de Vanier qui est composé d'un personnel d'environ 100 personnes. Le projet Vanier Culture en Action est d'une importance cruciale pour notre centre et pour la communauté de Vanier, comme nous l'entendons déjà aujourd'hui. Il mérite que votre comité recommande son approbation au Conseil. Aujourd'hui, je témoigne pour vous livrer 2 messages. Mon premier message, l'impact de nos services d'intégration pour nos clients est beaucoup plus grand lorsque les clients ont l'occasion, l'espace sécuritaire et l'accès à une programmation culturelle inclusive qui vient souder leur sentiment d'appartenance, de fierté à leur communauté. Je m'explique. Le CSC Vanier offre une multitude de services. On offre des services d'intégration pour nouveaux arrivants, intervention sociale, une banque alimentaire, une clinique juridique francophone, des services pour emploi, des activités communautaires. En gros, vous le demandez, on l'offre. Nos services sont essentiels. En revanche, l'impact de nos services est limité si nos clients ne ressentent pas un sentiment d'appartenance, de fierté et d'intégration à leur communauté. C'est bien beau d'offrir tous ces beaux services-là, mais si on n'a pas une programmation culturelle qui vient boucler la boucle, nos services ont beaucoup moins d'impact. Des occasions de programmation culturelle à Vanier cristallisent donc l'impact de nos services sur nos clientèles. Les activités culturelles, comme nous avons déjà mentionné aujourd'hui, contribuent à créer un environnement où chacun se sent valorisé, inclus, ce qui permet à nos services de bénéficier à un plus grand nombre de résidents. Des activités culturelles qui ont déjà lieu à Vanier, comme la programmation au Hub Vanier, qu'on lance officiellement ce soir grâce à la ZAC Vanier. Notre équipe de basketball à Vanier qui a été lancée pour la première fois à Vanier. La programmation au carré de la francophonie que Chris a mentionné, les activités d'été que nous offrons pour les enfants et les jeunes en français renforcent le sentiment d'appartenance, d'entraide et de sécurité grâce à une programmation inclusive. Ces activités contribuent positivement à la résilience de notre communauté, permettant à ses membres de mieux faire face aux défis et leurs enjeux. Simplement dit, si les gens viennent utiliser nos services, c'est bien beau, mais l'important, c'est de boucler la boucle, comme je l'ai mentionné, avec des activités culturelles. Je vous donne un exemple très concret. Dans le cadre de notre programmation de pédiatrie sociale au Centre des services communautaires Vanier, nous offrons des prescriptions sociales. Par exemple, des jeunes, des enfants reçoivent des prescriptions non médicales pour des cours de soccer, des cours de gardiennage, des formations, des activités comme des camps d'été auxquels ils n'auraient pas accès sans ces prescriptions. Les prescriptions sociales gagnent de la valeur lorsqu'elles sont combinées à des activités culturelles, permettant à ces jeunes d'avoir un sens communautaire. En bref, le CSC Vanier fait partie d'un écosystème. On est un village. It takes a village. Ça prend un village. La cohésion et la participation de tous les acteurs sont essentielles. On s'engage à faire notre part, mais on a besoin de la contribution et de la coordination de chaque joueur, incluant évidemment la ville. La vitalité de notre communauté supportera le bien-être de chaque personne. Si les résidents ne disposent pas des conditions nécessaires pour vivre pleinement en communauté, notamment à Vanier, les services que nous offrons vont perdre leur efficacité et leur impact. C'était mon premier message. Mon deuxième message est plus court. Vanier Culture en Action doit être accompagné d'un budget afin d'embaucher une personne qui va coordonner le projet Vanier Culture en Action. Avec un financement adéquat, le centre pourra embaucher une personne dédiée à la gestion du projet. Cette personne ressource serait responsable de la coordination et de la mise en œuvre du projet, assurant ainsi le succès et l'impact positif de l'initiative sur la communauté de Vanier. Donc, en conclusion, le projet Vanier Culture en Action est important pour nous, est important pour la communauté. Nous vous encourageons de l'appuyer, de recommander son adoption au Conseil. Merci beaucoup et il me ferait plaisir de répondre aux questions.
Merci beaucoup. Une question pour vous, la conseillère Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Merci premièrement d'avoir fait comme le genre de bilan pour toutes les choses qu'on fait dans la communauté. Je vais juste mentionner, tu avais oublié la course de 5 km et la rue École. Super important aussi. Mais tu as parlé du financement et je voulais juste savoir comment est-ce que ton organisme utiliserait les financements possibles pour la stratégie culturelle. Je pense que tu as vraiment fait le point. Il faut un genre de comme coordonnateur. Il faut quelqu'un qui comme steers the ship, genre. Oui, oui.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la conseillère, pour votre question. Donc, effectivement, vous avez lu dans le rapport 36 plans d'action. Il faut quelqu'un pour coordonner ces plans d'action-là, ces actions et ces mises en œuvre. Cette personne-là pourrait faire la coordination, pourrait également faire la coordination, la liaison entre les partenaires communautaires, les écoles, les organismes culturels, les conseils scolaires. Cette personne-là aussi pourrait assurer la pérennité du projet en faisant en allant au nerf de la guerre, soit la recherche de financement pour assurer non seulement la mise en œuvre du projet, mais également la pérennité du projet. On a parlé que 2 objectifs des 36 qui ont déjà été atteints. L'un d'eux, c'est par exemple le babillard électronique. Donc, le CSC Vanier a entrepris ce projet-là de gestion, mais avec aucun frais supplémentaire. Cette personne-là devrait entreprendre la gestion de ce projet, par exemple. C'est quelqu'un qui pourrait également rejoindre notre équipe de développement communautaire, une expertise que nous avons au Centre des services communautaires Vanier.
Dan, à suivre. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Je ne vois une autre question pour vous. The next delegation is
La
now.
prochaine délégation est Nathalie Carrier du Vanier Association des commerces.
Bonjour. Madame la Présidente, c'est bon de vous revoir, merci. Conseiller, conseillère, merci de m'accueillir ici aujourd'hui. I'm here today to speak to you about the Vanier
Je
Cultural
suis ici pour vous parler de la stratégie culturelle qui est la première stratégie de son genre pour la ville d'Ottawa et un bon pas vers l'avenir.
Fort, baptisé à l'église Saint-Charles et d'une famille qui s'est installée sur la rue Marquette en 1949. Oui, c'est le vrai. Je m'y connais un peu à Vanier. J'œuvre dans l'économie culturelle depuis mon premier emploi à TFO et depuis les derniers 7 ans comme directrice générale de la ZAC Vanier. As the ED of the Vanier BIA, I take my job very seriously.
Alors, je prends mon travail très au sérieux. Je me souviens finalement de Vanier quand j'étais enfant. C'est méconnaissable maintenant. C'est clair pour moi que la voie vers l'avenir, c'est d'investir dans les gens et dans le quartier et de faire ce qu'il faut faire pour la collectivité, pas seulement pour les entreprises. Nous tenons compte de l'expérience des habitants. Et nous tenons compte de l'expérience des entreprises depuis 7 ans. Alors, nous avons investi 1,5 million de dollars dans la culture à Vanier, 150 000 dollars en art et en programmation culturelle. En 2021, nous avons investi 200 000 dollars de plus pour assurer l'accès à l'électricité le long de la rue principale pour les événements spéciaux. En 2022, nous avons investi 400 000 dollars en murailles, en consultation infrastructure et dans notre centre où on offre une programmation gratuitement 4 jours par semaine pendant l'été. Nous offrons une programmation pour les francophones, nous nouveaux arrivants avec les autochtones. Nous avons de bons partenariats avec plusieurs parties prenantes. Nous avons créé des espaces où la culture peut prendre l'essor à Vanier parce que ça a donc une incidence positive sur l'économie. Grâce à nos partenaires, nous avons travaillé à transformer le centre où les familles et les gens de tous les milieux peuvent se réunir pour participer aux activités pendant les années à venir. Andréane, ma collègue, travaille sur une étude de faisabilité qui vise à créer un centre socio-économique en centre-ville de Vanier. Ça serait un édifice avec du bureau abordable et des espaces pour les groupes culturels. Nos partenaires travaillent d'arrache-pied pour faire en sorte que les espaces tels que le Caribe, la francophonie soient animés. Les gens et les organismes de Vanier ont toujours investi dans l'héritage culturel de Vanier. Le rapport est un pas vers l'avant, mais il y a plusieurs lacunes. On ne reconnaît pas le travail qui a déjà été fait par certains groupes tels que le mien. On est mal à l'aise avec les termes utilisés pour les métis et les actions portant sur les autochtones. Beaucoup de ces actions sont déjà en cours à Vanier. Même si c'est un cadre important pour empêcher les embouteillages, les goulots d'étranglement, et ça m'a pris 5 ans pour obtenir un financement pour les passages piétonniers. On a dû lutter pour obtenir le financement. Dans le rapport, on parle des contributions culturelles, mais on ne reconnaît pas le besoin de financement et d'appui pour les organismes qui existent déjà. Ce document est un pas dans le bon sens, mais la réalité, c'est que les groupes, les organisations dans ma collectivité vont continuer à porter le fardeau pour la culture à Vanier. Les entreprises en arrachent depuis 5 ans, mais les entreprises continuent à appuyer la stratégie culturelle de la ZAC de Vanier. On est là pour défendre les intérêts de tous les gens à Vanier, pas seulement des entreprises. On appuie la stratégie et l'intention qui le sous-tend. Malheureusement, notre position, c'est que c'est un reflet de ce qu'on fait déjà et allons continuer à le faire. Il n'y a pas de financement qui est offert aux associations et ça dépend donc des bénévoles tels que Diane pour gérer le projet. Et maintenant, il me ferait un plaisir de répondre à vos questions. Soyez pas stressés. On va commencer avec le conseiller King. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Moi, je suis le conseiller du quartier avoisinant. Mais mon Vanier inclut Overbrook également. La ZAC de Vanier inclut Overbrook et vice-versa, et Rockcliffe, etc. Oui, d'accord. J'aimerais reconnaître le travail incroyable fait par la ZAC. C'est un honneur pour moi d'être le conseiller élu, accompagné de la conseillère Plante. Et je suis privilégié de siéger sur le conseil d'administration et j'aimerais féliciter le travail effectué, pas seulement au nom des commerçants du quartier. Pour moi, il y a également l'aspect culturel, les efforts pour faire rayonner la culture et on doit reconnaître le travail effectué par la ZAC. Vous avez su aller chercher les bourses pour créer le centre de Vanier dont l'ouverture on va célébrer ce soir. C'est le centre qui a emporté 4 prix. Pour la gouverne, vous avez reçu des prix de l'Association des centres-villes du monde qui reconnaît le centre finalement et ses réalisations. Vous avez également reçu des prix de l'association donc de bonification des entreprises. Donc, on reconnaît que la ZAC s'est concentrée sur le développement économique et culturel. Votre rapport est essentiel pour ce plan. Je voulais voir si vous seriez prête à étoffer ce que vous dites. Vous avez finalement parlé du besoin de financement accru. Alors, le personnel demande une approbation en principe, mais le personnel s'engage à travailler avec les associations pour voir ce qu'il faut faire et combien ça va couper. Ma question pour vous est quels sont les besoins en matière de financement euh, pour vraiment pouvoir contribuer à la mise en application de ce plan culturel. Merci d'avoir posé votre question. On est très fiers de travailler avec tous les partenaires avec lesquels on travaille. Je dirais qu'à court terme, les organismes comme Andréane, sur lequel repose le fardeau de la gestion du carré de la francophonie. Alors, les besoins, les demandes du quartier sont souvent gérés par les associations comme la mienne. À court terme, on devrait aider à gérer ces projets avec André Anne. J'aimerais préciser tout d'abord, que je pense que le personnel a fait un travail extraordinaire. On appuie leur approche. Pour moi, cette initiative vise à créer des groupes de travail pour aider les organismes comme le nôtre. Ça ne devrait pas prendre cinq ans finalement pour construire un passage pour les piétons. Ça ne devrait pas être quelque chose sur lequel je dois travailler pendant 5 ans. J'ai d'autres projets en cours, mais c'est la réalité, malheureusement. Je comprends que le travail qu'on fait est pour peaufiner, rationaliser la structure interne. Pour le financement, c'est une question difficile et le comité va devoir travailler avec le personnel là-dessus à long terme. Alors, certaines des actions finalement sont déjà en cours. Nous avons des pensées pour mener à bien ces actions. Alors, il y a beaucoup de travail qui est en cours et les partenaires vont continuer à financer nos activités. On manque un petit peu de reconnaissance pour ces partenaires. La ZAC est mentionnée 2 fois dans ce rapport. Nous avons investi 1,5 million de dollars en 5 ans. Les murailles, l'infrastructure, les bancs, le centre a été conçu à l'origine pour nous. Maintenant, on a des groupes communautaires qui veulent l'utiliser. Donc, les vendredis, la collectivité philippine l'utilise. On accueille beaucoup d'activités de ce genre et on est très fiers. Mais à long terme, ne sont que des documents. Si vous êtes limité à finalement quelqu'un de la municipalité qui rédige un document sans l'apport des gens sur le terrain, alors ça ne va pas fonctionner. On doit prendre les idées qu'on a pour les, euh, les mettre en œuvre. Je ne peux pas manquer de respect envers le rapport. C'est une première étape. Et la première étape, c'est d'avoir des conversations très franches. Merci beaucoup, dit le conseiller. C'est important finalement donc de dire que les organismes ont besoin d'aide financière. J'espère que ce plan sera la première étape pour redéfinir le soutien nécessaire pour tous les organismes à venir pour vraiment étayer ce projet. Et je dirais également que ce que vous avez dit est très important. Là, finalement, la formulation de ce plan semble être une amalgame d'actions qui ont déjà été faites ou qui sont en cours. On doit aller plus loin. On doit fournir une directive stratégique dans le cadre de cette stratégie évolutive pour faire en sorte que les mesures d'appui soient là pour les organismes qui dispensent les services. Et je pense qu'il y aura une motion donc présentée plus tard pour faire en sorte qu'on envisage ces ressources. Mais j'aimerais remercier donc la ZAC et les autres organismes pour tout ce que vous faites dans le quartier. Ça fait toute la différence, ce n'est pas seulement ressenti à Vanier, mais c'est ressenti également dans les quartiers avoisinants, Rockcliffe Park, Manor Park et Overbrook. Et on apprécie l'importance de vos actions pour votre collectivité et pour la nôtre. Merci beaucoup pour tout le travail que vous faites. Vous savez que je suis très encline à pleurer. Une autre chose qui aiderait finalement, c'est de savoir qui fait quoi. Beaucoup d'actions finalement relèvent du groupe stratégique, mais ça ne me permet pas finalement de dire à mon conseil d'administration, voilà, on est responsable de telle question, comment est-ce qu'on va s'y attaquer? Il faudrait que finalement que les rôles soient précisés. Merci beaucoup. Alors, vous avez des larmes de joie, n'est-ce pas? Alors, la conseillère Plante, merci Nathalie. Le conseiller King semblait dire que finalement, que vous êtes la meilleure ZAC qui soit. C'est ça qu'on me dit. Vous ne l'avez pas dit?
Toi, ça fait assez longtemps. Je pense que tu es avec le ZAC de Vanier. Ça fait combien d'années?
Ça va faire 7 ans au mois d'octobre. J'ai fini la machine en 2017, puis j'ai commencé.
Parfait. Comment est-ce que les besoins dans la communauté ont changé?
Ça, c'est une très, très bonne question, Madame la conseillère. La première chose qu'on voit, c'est évidemment les changements très, très importants par rapport aux changements sociaux, aux besoins sociaux, soit que ce soit les substances ou la question de sans-abri. On la voit se manifester sur nos rues de plus en plus. Nos entreprises prennent de plus en plus des ressources importantes pour leurs entreprises pour aider les moyens sociaux sur la rue, que ça soit nourrir un itinérant, itinérante, que ça soit de ramasser des dégâts humains sur leur terrain ou des aiguilles, du graffiti. On voit beaucoup plus ça qu'on voyait il y a 7 ans. L'autre chose que je vois, c'est que on sait qu'on va avoir l'armée du salut, c'est certain que ça va rentrer, puis ça va rentrer toute une autre dynamique dans notre communauté. Mais on voit déjà la dynamique des jeunes qu'on retrouve dans les foyers, dans les hôtels le long du chemin Montréal. Et maintenant, avec la fermeture justement du Concorde, qui a fermé pour l'éventualité qu'on sait tout qui va peut-être, on espère, se passer. En tout cas, ce qu'on voit, c'est vraiment, on voit plus de familles, on voit beaucoup plus d'investissements au niveau du développement. On a présentement, je pense que c'est 12 gros développements, dont 3 tours au coin chemin Montréal et le pont Cummings, un autre 2 tours de la compagnie Agrowall qui va rentrer au 150 chemin Montréal. Il y a presque, je pense qu'on annonce presque 5000 différentes unités d'ici les prochains 10 ans. Donc, on voit une densité qui est très, très, très importante. Et avec cette densité-là va venir le besoin d'espace culturel, d'espace récréatif. On a présentement environ, je pense, dans notre catchment is roughly 20,000 people when you count in MacArthur and Beachwood.
Si on tient compte de MacArthur et Beachwood.
Fait qu'avec 20 000 personnes présentement, ça risque d'être quasiment 30 à 40 000 dans les prochaines années, dans la prochaine décennie. Et on va avoir besoin des parcs, on va avoir besoin des piscines, on va avoir besoin des espaces comme le Hub, où est-ce que les familles peuvent se promener avec leur carrosse, aller chercher un café, puis venir s'asseoir en quelque part pendant que leurs enfants jouent. On le voit pas beaucoup présentement. Le Hub qu'on est en train de travailler avec l'Université de Carleton, c'est semblable au parc Rainbow Park qui est à Vancouver. C'est vraiment un parc 3 dimensions, un espace qui va permettre d'animer, mais aussi de divertir, un espace où il va y avoir un kiosque pour vélo vanier, puis je sais pas, I don't know if everybody knows what vélo vanier is, but it is like a library for bikes.
C'est comme une bibliothèque pour les vélos. C'est un organisme incroyable. Andréane y travaille. Imaginez que vous êtes un enfant dans une refuge et quelqu'un vous prête un vélo pour l'été, ça vous change la vie. Imaginez si vous êtes une famille qui peut maintenant donc faire du vélo le long de la rivière. Ça change la vie des gens. Alors, en grandissant, on aura besoin de plus de ce type de service. On aura besoin donc de plus d'accès au parc. L'édifice Daniel Spectrum qu'on construit est un atout culturel et le fédéral le voit ainsi. C'est pour cela qu'ils nous ont prêté de l'argent. C'est pour cela qu'on a donc les conseillers, les promoteurs, les députés avec nous à Toronto. Et c'est pour cela que l'entreprise Daniels a décidé d'investir. C'est un projet tripartite qui a su créer un espace où il y a des logements, des espaces pour le loisir et pour l'activité socio-économique. Donc, on va avoir besoin de plus d'activités culturelles et d'activités pour les familles. C'est une réponse très longue. Une dernière question, j'aimerais poser la même question que la question que j'ai posée à Chris Greenfield sur la stratégie culturelle qui a vu le jour grâce à l'implication de deux personnes. On a dit, oh, bon, ce n'est pas grave, on va construire une refuge à côté des parcs, de là où jouent les enfants, mais ce n'aurait pas eu lieu finalement en banlieue. Nous avons donc la population la plus élevée d'Autochtones dans une collectivité francophone. Alors, ça crée donc une situation spéciale. Je suis content de voir qu'on ait le projet pilote pour cela. Alors, parce que c'est très, très important. Ça reconnaît l'importance culturelle de notre collectivité. Alors, utiliser cela dans le contexte de la construction du refuge. Alors, on veut que les gens soient traités avec dignité. Ces gens méritent de la dignité. Mais l'idée à savoir que la stratégie culturelle va atténuer les problèmes qui vont découler de ces changements. Il y a beaucoup de blessures dans notre collectivité. Alors, une stratégie culturelle ne sert pas à atténuer les répercussions, ça ne sert pas à augmenter le financement pour les besoins des gens. Alors, moi, je dirais que l'un n'empêche pas l'autre. Alors, les deux sont importants. Alors, cette stratégie ne va pas servir à donc atténuer les effets néfastes de le refuge. Merci pour tout le travail que vous faites. Merci beaucoup, la conseillère Truster. Bonjour. Bonjour. Je suis là. Alors, je suis à la maison. Je suis toujours impressionné par le travail que vous faites et par la ZAC de Vanier. Je suis intrigué en apprenant plus sur le plan culturel. Alors, on a les mêmes problèmes dans le centre-ville. Une proposition qui découle donc de l'Institut d'urbanisme canadien, c'est de créer donc un quartier artistique dans notre quartier. Avez-vous tiré des enseignements des autres quartiers qui visent à adopter une stratégie semblable? pour donc aider les quartiers défavorisés de la ville. Je peux vous dire que quand la ZAC a décidé de ne pas dépenser les 200 000 $ sur les pamphlets pour attirer les nouvelles entreprises à notre quartier défavorisé, surtout le long du chemin de Montréal. Quand on a décidé à cela investir dans la culture, c'était un changement culturel. Alors, les groupes qui ne travaillaient pas ensemble, alors l'association communautaire ne travaillait pas avec la ZAC avant. On ne travaillait pas avec le centre communautaire. On n'avait pas les partenaires, les 40 partenaires qu'on a. On n'avait pas de lien avec les festivals, etc. Et on a constaté que quand on donne de l'espoir aux gens et on quand on projette les gens sur les rues et sur les murs et quand on dit que ces personnes sont importantes et qu'on accueille tout le monde, peu importe d'où ils viennent. Alors, c'est ça qui est important. Ça a changé la donne. Ça a changé la donne économique. Et 7 ans plus tard, eh bien, il y a des conseillers qui siègent sur le conseil d'administration. Le conseiller King, par exemple, ils vont vous dire qu'on ne savait pas finalement si ça allait fonctionner. Maintenant, ça porte des fruits. On continue à demander des bourses et on continue à investir en nous. Ça a un impact énorme. L'économie culturelle de la ville est si forte, mais n'est pas vraiment reconnue. Les festivals ne sont pas reconnus comme étant les facteurs de croissance économique. Alors, c'est essentiel qu'on assure la reconnaissance de ces activités culturelles. La réponse courte est comme suit. Ce genre de stratégie, finalement, sont des moments où des gens comme vous pouvez vous pencher sur l'importance de la culture. Il ne s'agit pas tout simplement de célébrer une maraille. La grand-mère reine qui est très importante pour notre collectivité. Quand on a créé la muraille en 2022, il y avait un moment où on a invité donc l'aîné à faire une purification et la grand-mère Irène a apporté donc un ours en pierre de savon. Elle voulait donc protéger le projet, protéger notre communauté également. Elle travaille avec les prostituées autochtones. Elle a apporté cet ours, on a eu une discussion là-dessus et l'artiste a immédiatement dit qu'on doit l'inclure dans la muraille. Et vous allez voir que la muraille est derrière le Ottawa Inn. Et à chaque fois que les gens passent devant la muraille, ils voient le Kogluk, ils voient donc l'ours et d'autres symboles importants. Ils se voient refléter et c'est ça que fait l'art. Et c'est plus important qu'une muraille. Alors, le passage clouté franco-ontarien est très puissant, très simple. C'est un projet qui ne nous a pas coûté grand-chose. C'est important, ça dit qu'on est là. C'est là où vivent les francophones, car de la francophonie, le nom est important également. Merci. Merci beaucoup. Alors, moi, je suis prête à vous aider. Merci d'avoir fait preuve de leadership. Ce que vous dites est une source d'inspiration. Ça, c'est bien d'avoir une conversation sur la culture comme facteur de croissance économique. Félicitations. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Merci, Nathalie, d'être là. Et je dirais qu'on ne va pas finalement avoir une course ou une concurrence pour savoir quelle ZAC est la meilleure. La SAC de Vanier est formidable. La prochaine délégation, Suzanne Lepine, je pense qu'il y a une présentation, n'est-ce pas? Bienvenue, Suzanne. Alors, voilà, vous avez la parole.
Bonjour, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Oui, c'est ça.
Yes, you hear me? Bonjour. Premièrement, je veux remercier le Comité des services communautaires, les conseillères, de m'avoir accueilli aujourd'hui. Puis je veux saluer aussi mes voisins et voisines de Vanier, Diane, Hélène, Chris, Marie-André, Nathalie. Je suis en direct de Vancouver aujourd'hui avec ma famille. Prochaine diapo, s'il vous plaît. Premièrement, je remercie chaleureusement la Ville d'Ottawa d'avoir initié le projet stratégie culturelle. Je suis ravie du travail effectué par le comité directeur de la stratégie de Thomas Redford, de concert avec la Ville et du comité des services communautaires. La création imminente du groupe de travail pour la mise en œuvre de la stratégie est une étape incontournable que j'accueille avec enthousiasme. Ce projet est vital pour la communauté de Vanier, qui est l'un des quartiers de la ville les plus défavorisés et diversifiés. Prochaine diapo. Je me présente, je suis Suzanne Lépine, je suis franco-ontarienne, je vis à Vanier depuis 60 ans. Je suis une bénévole engagée et en 2017, j'ai participé aux séances de consultation du projet de la revitalisation du chemin Montréal. Puis, j'ai joint le groupe de travail comme capitaine de quadrilatère. I became a block captain for the project pour collaborer à la mise en place du projet de la revitalisation. Pendant les dernières 8 années, j'ai soulevé des enjeux, apporté des solutions et même implanté de nouvelles infrastructures. On a parlé du carré de la francophonie, on a parlé du babillard électronique. S'il vous plaît, prochaine diapo. Le carré de la francophonie, puis on a fait un événement carrément allumé en 2023. Et puis, ces projets-là ont été initiés par l'Association communautaire de Vanier et avec le soutien de la ZAC et du CSCV Vanier. Prochaine diapo. Maintenant, on a le nouveau babillard communautaire à l'intersection du chemin Montréal et de la promenade Vanier. C'est aussi ce projet-là a été instigé de ma part avec l'appui du CSCV. Et puis, c'est vrai, ce sont des projets qui demandent beaucoup de temps, d'énergie et d'investissement. Et je remercie du fond du cœur le CSCV et la ZAC de nous appuyer. Prochaine étape, s'il vous plaît. Prochaine diapo. Dans le document mandat du groupe de travail, je remarque qu'il y a une lacune. Comme on voit, le groupe de travail est composé de 15 personnes et dans ces 15 représentants, il n'y a pas de francophones. Il n'y a aucun poste de représentant francophone qui est indiqué dans la liste de composition. Prochaine étape, s'il vous plaît. Donc, comme j'ai dit, il n'y a pas de francophones, aucun représentant désigné responsable et redevable pour les francophones. Pourtant, 27% de la population à Vanier parle français à la maison. Donc, il importe de représenter au sein du groupe de travail de la stratégie culturelle les nombreux organismes associations francophones de Vanier. Prochaine étape. Donc, ce que j'aimerais, c'est qu'on puisse ajouter au groupe de travail une autre personne qui serait un représentant pour la communauté francophone, un représentant pour les francophones, à qui on pourrait questionner, à qui on pourrait consulter. Je pense que ce serait important d'avoir un autre représentant parmi les 15 représentants. Et puis, enfin, on a parlé de Vanier, qu'il manque des infrastructures, qui manque de la programmation, et je suis entièrement d'accord. Et au début, Diane Reardon a mentionné les enfants. Je peux vous dire que c'est vrai que les enfants de Vanier ont très peu d'infrastructures pour aller relaxer, pour aller jouer, pour aller pour être ensemble. Moi, j'ai grandi à Vanier. Je vais vous conter l'histoire. J'ai grandi à Vanier. Jadis, on avait le centre communautaire francophone de Vanier, qui est maintenant le CSCV. C'est un centre de services communautaire et non culturel. Nous, dans notre temps, on jouait, on s'amusait. Il y avait des bingos, il y avait des danses pour les adolescents. C'était un centre où ce que les gens se rencontraient, comme dans les autres quartiers de la ville. Votre centre communautaire, c'est un centre, c'est un point de rassemblement. Nous, ici à Vanier, notre centre communautaire, après l'amalgamation de la ville à la ville d'Ottawa, le centre communautaire a été déplacé au Père-Blanc. Les Père-Blanc, ou le centre Richelieu, comme on dit aujourd'hui, c'est un endroit magnifique. C'est très bien, mais c'est loin, c'est pas accessible à la communauté. Donc, on a besoin de se retrouver beaucoup plus près, d'avoir un endroit plus central. Donc, ce que je recommande, puis j'appuie fortement ce projet ici, Culture en action. Donc, j'espère que
Je
vous allez...
Madame, je m'excuse, ton temps s'est fait terminer.
OK.
Merci pour votre présentation. Je ne regarde pas la question pour vous, mais merci et bonne journée aussi. Thank you very much. So that is the end.
Merci beaucoup. C'est la fin des délégations. Nous avons donc une motion qui n'a pas été finalement abordée. Je vais demander à la conseillère Plante de lire la motion. Donc, alors on va l'afficher à l'écran tout d'abord. Alors, attendu que le plan de revitalisation culturelle de Vanier en action semble être un bon départ pour l'élaboration d'un plan culturel, et attendu qu'il ne fait aucun doute que la culture est l'un des fondements de l'identité, au dynamisme et du caractère distinctif de Vanier, attendu que Vanier compte la plus forte population d'autochtones de toute la ville. Alors, de nouveaux arrivants représentant plus de 40 langues et cultures qu'elle est fermement ancrée dans une culture francophone, attendu que la culture est plus qu'un soutien aux artistes et aux organismes culturels, elle englobe également les industries culturelles, musique, édition, audiovisuel, art, visuel, artisanat, traditionnel et j'en passe. Favoriser une communauté inclusive grâce aux contributions des artistes et des artisans, des créateurs, des travailleurs, des entreprises. Est-ce que se fait le mieux, Vanier? Attendu que pour être mis en œuvre, le rapport a besoin de détermination du budget requis pour sa mise en œuvre et de date limite pour l'entreprendre et l'achever. Et donc résolu qu'en prévision du budget 2025, que le personnel travaille avec la communauté, désigne les départements responsables et détermine les échéances appropriées en année pour entreprendre les mesures proposées dans le rapport. Merci beaucoup. Avant de vous céder la parole pour vos questions, je demanderai au personnel finalement donc de formuler des observations sur la motion telle que présentée. Le personnel, Madame la Présidente, ont de la difficulté avec cette motion parce que la partie 2 du rapport recense les objectifs à court, à moyen et à long terme pour chacune des actions. Aucun problème. On peut modifier le rapport pour parler en année, donc court terme 2025 à 2027, par exemple. Ça, on peut préciser, c'est ça l'intention, on peut le faire, c'est facile à faire. Alors, à ce stade-ci, on ne pourrait pas faire plus. On ne pourrait pas dire qu'en 2031, qu'on va entreprendre un projet. On n'a pas ce niveau de compréhension granulaire ou détaillé quant au travail qui est nécessaire. Donc, nous avons donc établi les volets temporels et on sait également que c'est notre meilleure compréhension des 10 prochaines années. On a déjà dit que les projets à plus long terme ont été achevés parce qu'il y a des possibilités de financement fédéral, par exemple. Le projet pourrait être intégré dans d'autres projets de construction également. On comprend finalement le désir d'avoir une échéance plus précise, mais le groupe de travail va devoir faire son travail pour comprendre les priorités et pour recenser ou cerner le travail avant qu'on puisse établir d'échéances. Alors, on ne s'oppose pas à donner plus de détails, mais à ce stade-ci, eh bien, on ne peut pas le faire. Le thème aujourd'hui, c'est une ville qui essaie de travailler de pair avec le quartier. Et ce document le reflète. Si on veut modifier cela, il va falloir qu'on ait une conversation. On parle de comment on pourrait reformuler ces objectifs. Nous avons déjà recensé les actions culturelles et on parle également de zonage. Alors, il y a la question des règlements. Les départements respectifs doivent faire le travail. On a su l'identifier dans le rapport également. On ne sait pas ce qu'on peut faire de plus pour ce qui est de préciser l'implication municipale. Cela est précisé dans la partie 2. On pense que ça satisfait finalement ce que demande la conseillère dans sa motion, mais ça ne au fur et à mesure que les priorités se précisent, les échéances et les demandes de ressources, alors on aura la possibilité chaque année finalement de l'intégrer dans le processus d'établissement du budget et c'est de cette façon qu'on compte procéder. Alors, on pourrait faire une demande auprès du Conseil, sinon on pourrait aller chercher un financement fédéral ou provincial. Alors, tout cela pour dire que je ne sais pas vraiment, je ne sais pas comment on peut vraiment composer avec cette motion. Merci. Le groupe de travail, quand est-ce qu'il va être constitué? Alors, ça sera l'automne si le Conseil l'approuve. On prendra une pause pendant l'été, mais ça sera donc mis en application ou constitué d'ici l'automne. Alors, dans cette motion, on parle donc d'obtenir les informations avant l'établissement du budget de 2025. On est déjà en train de travailler sur l'établissement du budget 2025 et le groupe ne sera constitué qu'à l'automne. Donc, j'imaginerai et je vous résume, j'imagine qu'on n'aura pas fixé les échéances, n'est-ce pas, à temps. Oui, c'est ce que vous dites est tout à fait juste. Et Madame la Présidente, vous avez raison. On est déjà en train d'établir le budget 2025. Maintenant, alors, les acteurs communautaires ont parlé de la coordination. Nous avons des ressources qui sont prévues pour étayer le processus. Il y a Tom, ses collègues, son équipe, comme on a fait dans le cadre de stratégies précédentes. On a une équipe qui finalement qui établit les ressources et qui coordonne l'initiative. Ça va nous permettre finalement de passer à la prochaine étape, et c'est-à-dire les initiatives précisément. Mais malheureusement, ça ne sera pas prêt pour le budget de 2025. Il faudrait qu'on ait donc les informations dès maintenant pour pouvoir le faire à temps. Et certaines des actions qui sont prévues dans le rapport, il y a déjà beaucoup de travail qui est financé à l'interne. C'est du travail qu'on fait déjà. Je parle donc l'établissement de stratégies et on travaille sur la programmation à Richelieu-Vanier, par exemple. On n'aura pas besoin de ressources additionnelles. Il va falloir affecter le personnel actuel pour voir comment on peut nous aligner et nous conformer au plan. Donc, pour les premières parties de ce plan sur 10 ans, je pense qu'on a déjà les ressources nécessaires pour effectuer le travail. Et nous avons un processus qui nous permet finalement de recenser les lacunes. D'accord. Alors, avez-vous des questions respectivement à la motion ou le rapport dont on est saisi? Je vous dirai que alors, je suis préoccupé par créer des contraintes pour le personnel et pour le groupe de travail. Peut-être le groupe de travail aura donc d'autres idées. Madame la conseillère, pourriez-vous finalement en faire une directive? Et à ce moment-là, on pourrait représenter cette motion quand le groupe de travail sera constitué comme cela. Il y aura un peu moins de pression sur le groupe de travail. Mais il y a quand même des actions concrètes qui sont prévues. C'est acceptable, oui. Alors faisons-le quand le groupe de travail sera formé. Alors, est-ce que ça fonctionne pour vous, monsieur le directeur général? Oui, Madame la Présidente, ça serait une meilleure approche pour nous. Ça ne vous donne pas beaucoup de temps supplémentaire, hein, mais au moins assez pour permettre de constituer le groupe de travail. Le groupe de travail va être constitué des parties prenantes essentielles, donc il va falloir, et je regarde le greffier, est-ce qu'on peut prévoir une échéance? Dan, avez-vous une proposition de libellé? Je n'aime pas faire cela à brûle pour point, mais serait-il possible finalement ou serait-il préférable? Et c'est une question que je vous pose, Madame la conseillère. Ça pourrait être une directive pour l'instant. Et si c'est une directive qui demande au personnel de nous revenir au tout début de 2025, hein. Ensuite, la conseillère va pouvoir présenter notre motion. Donc, je me tourne vers Eric. C'est acceptable? Alors, si c'est acceptable, ça sera donc une directive basée sur le texte de la motion. Donc, vous allez faire rapport enfin, indiquer quand le groupe de travail aura été constitué. J'imagine que les parties prenantes voudraient finalement qu'on agisse plus rapidement. Et il faut avoir les bonnes personnes. Alors, c'est l'été, le travail ne se fera pas très rapidement pendant l'été. Il faut qu'on assure tout ce qui est nécessaire pour réussir. Merci, Madame la conseillère. Merci. Merci donc au personnel et également, il n'y a plus de questions. Alors, on n'a pas de vote parce que c'est une directive maintenant. Alors, est-ce adopté? Adopté. Merci beaucoup.
7.1, status update, Community Services Committee inquiries and motions for the period ending June 14th, 2024. Is this item received? Received. Councillor Hill had asked for the inquiry at the beginning to be held. However, he had shared with me that he does not need that done anymore. I see he is online, but unless he indicates otherwise, we will consider it received? Because I understand we had done that at that point. Eric? Oh, Councillor Hill, did you still wish
Yeah,
to?
thank you. No, I'm okay. The questions that I have been answered, so I'm good on this one, Chair.
Okay, so that item was, well, it didn't even need to be received. So it's all good. We're past that item as well. Thank you very much, Councillor Hill. We have no in-camera items. We have no notices of motion that I'm aware of. Does anyone have a notice of motion? No? Okay, we have one inquiry from Councillor Lowe. Councillor Lowe, would you like to read your inquiry in?
Yeah, so I wrote a bit of a preamble that goes with it. So I'm just going to go straight to the questions in the last paragraph of it. Given the similarities between the missions of the City of Ottawa's Public Art Program and the Ottawa Art Gallery to celebrate and preserve local and regional art, there may exist an opportunity for the two organizations to combine into a single, strong, and unified entity to continue advancing their goals. An argument can be made for the former to be merged into the latter to shrink the municipal portfolio while allowing the public art program to operate in a purely arts-focused environment. So given that, staff are requested to provide responses to the following. What are the differences between the respective mandates and missions of the City of Ottawa's public art program and the Ottawa Art Gallery? What is the operating expense of the public art program and the monetary value of the public art collection? Have there been any discussions or attempts at combining the public art program into the OAG? If so, what was the reason behind the decision ultimately taken? What benefits, risks, and other considerations would there be administratively, operationally, and financially for the city if such a decision were to be considered? And if the city's public art program was merged with the OAG, what collective bargaining implications might there be? How would a merger of the public art program into the OAG affect the strength and unity of the voice for local and regional art in Ottawa? And provide responses to questions 3 to 6 in the reverse scenario as well, where the OAG is absorbed or acquired by the City of Ottawa's public art program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. We have no other inquiries that I am aware of. We have no other business. And just very quickly before we adjourn, because that's the next item, I did want to mention that this is our last meeting before the summer break. Our next meeting is going to be September 25th. I just wanted to take a very quick moment to thank the committee members for their incredible work, their commitment, their passion for this vast portfolio. This is not an easy committee. We deal with a lot of very, substantial items, dealing with people and their lives and their well-being and their success in our city, as well as their quality of life. And that is a huge task to uphold. So I want to thank all of you for this wonderful year that we've dealt with. And then I hope you have a wonderful break. I know we have many other committee and council meetings to attend to, so I'm sure we'll do that. But I also wanted to take a quick moment and thank staff. Dan, Clara, Allison, your teams are phenomenal. They do incredible work. I know I alluded to that earlier with Clara and your team, but you certainly keep our city humming, and the operations are so impactful in the lives of our residents. So I did want to thank you for that. And I would be remiss, because I was asked by Katie on Dan's team, I'm singling you out, Madame. I have to mention, and this is for the community, and if councillors can share this, that the Parks and Facility Bylaw Public Engagement Survey is now open through Engage Ottawa. And as much fun as we have in our parks, if you go out and enjoy them, go back and write a survey. Go fill that out, because I know that's the thing we want to do, right? After we've had lots of fun in the splash pad, or go fill that survey out. And I ask that in all honesty, because we can only do better in our communities and our parks and our green spaces and our natural areas if we have public feedback and input. So thank you so much. Merci beaucoup, and have a wonderful summer, everyone. Meeting adjourned. Oh, we adjourned, guys? We're good?
Yes,
Carrie?
and thank you to the chair for your amazing chairmanship of this committee.
Chair ladyship?
Chair ladyship? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup.